start the recording.
Okay. Well,
That's
good
you.
morning, everybody. Is that started, Graham? Yep.
Yep.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Andrew Fleming, and I'm the reporter responsible for conducting the hearing in relation to the traffic regulation order and redetermination order at West Crosscauseway, Chapel Street, Quarry Close, and Buccleuch Street in Edinburgh. Before we begin, could I just check the participants here? If I could ask you just to put your hand up just to identify yourselves, and we'll just go around the group. Mr. Cuthell for the council, Mr. Dunlop for the council, Mr. Blamire, is it, sorry? Miss Leckie for the Causey Development Trust, but also part of the council group today. Miss Leckie. Yep. Miss Pope for Ironside Farrow, but also part of the council's group this morning. Mr. Duffy. Miss McDowell. And Mr. McDowell. And we should also have Miss Wober as well. Miss Wober? Okay, great. As you're aware, this hearing is being webcast, so by taking part, you'd be consenting to being filmed, and I'm presuming everybody's okay with that. Footage of this recording will be stored on the DPEA webcasting site, and that will be for a further 12 weeks post the issue of the report to the council and the Scottish ministers. If I could just start by setting out the structure for the day. I was proposing that we take a very short comfort break at 11:30 for 10 minutes. And then I was suggesting that we would take a lunch break for half an hour from 1 o'clock till 1:30. And then we would continue till close. And there were a few emails, I think, the other day asking how long this was likely to take. I envisage we can get through the hearing in the day, in the time available. So I'll just keep an eye on the time this afternoon, but I'm not envisaging that we run too late. And I'll just take a view nearer 5 o'clock where we get to. As I say, I'm envisaging that we can deal with all the matters during the course of the day's hearing sessions. In terms of the hearing structure itself, obviously, you'll be aware there was a guidance note issued to all parties participating. That was on the 14th of June. And that just explained what was, that just set out what's involved in today's hearing session. I also referred in that guidance note to the preparation of 2 reports. So I'll prepare one to the council on the traffic regulation order and one to the Scottish ministers on the redetermination order. And in each of those, I'll be making recommendations that the orders are confirmed as is, or they're confirmed with modifications, or they're not, or the provisions are not confirmed. I'll be leading a structured discussion today. It's not like a formal public inquiry, it's a hearing, so it's less formal, but there are certain guidelines and regulations. There's no cross-examination of parties, and I'd ask parties, if they're putting a point of view or asking questions, that they do that through myself, and then I will direct the question to the relevant person. The objective is to give everybody a fair hearing today, and also for myself to obtain the necessary information for my recommendations. You should all have received an agenda. I hope you've got a copy of that to hand. And I'd also like to draw attention to some of the drawings that I'd be referring to. There's the traffic regulation order drawing and the determination order drawing. Those are all available on the DPEA website. I think I referenced in an email yesterday from the case officer that both drawings are contained in the council's hearing statement for ease of reference, and parties should also have copies of that statement. Those are the 2 that I'd like parties to have to hand, if anything at all, when we proceed. If everybody's happy with those arrangements, I'd like to start. Can I just get a hands up from everybody that are happy to proceed? Yeah, good. If we can turn to the first item on the agenda, which is West Crosscauseway. And the first item under that heading is about accommodating cycle lanes, pavements, and the vehicle lane. I'm aware, having read all the objections, that there are a number of concerns about accommodating the various uses along this road. Narrowing of the carriageway, will this cause large vehicles to park on a pavement to the detriment of pedestrians? Narrowing of the carriageway, whilst encouraging a new cycle lane, will this make conditions more difficult for cyclists in both directions? How will the contraflow cycle lane be accommodated? So pulling those strands together in terms of some of the points that have been raised, I suppose the question I'd like to put out is there sufficient space for all three of these users? And if we could start in terms of questioning, if I could go to the council first, and as there are a number of people sitting here today representing the council, if I could go to Mr. Cuthell first, if he could answer the question on behalf of his colleagues, but if he feels that somebody else is more appropriate to answer the question, he could direct it to them, and then I'll take the objectors in turn. So first of all, could I just go to Mr. Cuthell and just about this whole issue of accommodating cycling, the pavements and the vehicle lane within West Crosscauseway? Could you just give me your thoughts on that in terms of sufficiency of space?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So obviously the overall objectives to improve the environment for pedestrians and cyclists and reduce sort of space given over to vehicles, you know, cars and such like, and to provide more space to move and use within the street. In terms of the carriageways, we're looking at a reduction in width to about 2.75 meters, building up on a raised table, obviously defining the curb edges, and obviously relaying the actual surface area. The pavements themselves will actually be increased in width. Minimum at the pinch points that we've identified is about 2 meters. But obviously with more width comes better sort of circulation space, and it's easier also to cross, you know, side to side as well with a more defined carriageway layout. The cycle lanes themselves, so we've got on carriageway westbound and contraflow eastbound with a measure of about 1.5 meters available for that. And there is a kind of soft segregation, which will be sort of laid out. I know it's a design principle or design element in terms of either contrasting materials, changes in curb height, but obviously allowing for safe cycle use. We've got sort of at grade at locations where it helps with pedestrian movement across some of the junction points, and obviously a short ramp on the road, so there is a clear definition for motorists for entering and exiting the area. Obviously we are maintaining vehicular access, but we're trying to discourage some of the levels of through traffic that the street currently experiences, and obviously look at what we can do as part of the overall design to reduce traffic speed. Obviously, we're also keen to ensure we're addressing issues of inclusive accessibility as well, which will include ensuring that there is sort of visually defined, clear and legible differences in surface treatments where it's possible. Obviously, trying to unclutter the public space, street space as well. And we're not proposing, I suppose, what's generally termed sort of shared surfacing. We've got, or we've kind of looked at the principles of trying to do what we can to ensure safe and easy access. As I said, lowering speed for vehicles, and obviously we've had some dialogue already with the Edinburgh Access Panel, and obviously we've got some of their concerns to look at as part of the design process.
Okay.
we've got, obviously, we will still have a need for large vehicle access for HGVs and sort of bin refuse collection. But obviously we want to reduce or deter all but essential sort of heavy good vehicle access. And obviously the principle of the design that we presented is to encourage and enforce sort of lower speeds and ensure there's better kind of driver caution going through West Crosscauseway, and improve sightlines as well. So again, that was a consideration. So there's better awareness for any vehicles that are on West Crosscauseway, so that they can actually see what's ahead, and there's less peripheral clutter to enable them to do that, and also have better kind of cycle and driver interaction throughout.
Okay. Before I go to the other parties, can you just clarify about, obviously, there's dialogue going on at the moment, isn't there? Correct me if I'm wrong, but with the Edinburgh Access Panel about a whole range of design issues, not just for West Crosscauseway, but across the development, the proposal. Those are issues that will require further dialogue and discussion post this hearing. Is that? Can you just clarify that?
And we've or I've made a commitment to the Edinburgh Access Panel for us to engage with them further once we've got the outcome of today's hearing, and they've agreed to that as well. So yes, we will be taking the design elements up with them once we're in a position to do that.
Right, okay, thank you very much for those comments. Could I just turn to the, I presume there's nobody else from the council wanting to speak, so could I turn to the objectors? Could I go to, could I start with Mr. and Mrs. McDowell then, perhaps?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, I think Mr. Cutler made a mistake when he was talking about the direction of flow. The main direction of flow is eastwards, and the contraflow is proposed to be westwards. Is that right? Well, I can.
Sorry, could you clarify that, Mr. Doddle, just for the record?
I'd probably defer to Jan just in terms of the design element of that from what the current situation is and what we're proposing.
I think in the current TRO proposal, the traffic flow is proposed to be eastbound, and you are correct, and the contraflow cycle lane is westbound. Yes.
Good, thank you. Yes, one of the things that is said in the council's proposal is that the introduction of the contraflow cycle lane, this can be introduced because the traffic flow and speed is being reduced. Now, I've seen no evidence that the design that's proposed will do this. What I'd like to know is, are there any traffic surveys that have been carried out to find out what the traffic flow and speed is currently, and some sort of projection as to what it would be with the new design? Of particular interest is the direction of entry from as traffic currently comes in from Nicolson Street or St. Patrick Street, and which way it goes out, because this has a bearing on if the majority of the traffic is currently coming in from turning right into West Crosscauseway from Nicolson Street and turning left out of West Crosscauseway into Buccleuch Street, then I would suggest that reversing the traffic flow is not actually in the long term going to make any difference, because the the net flow of traffic must be, what goes one way part of the day goes back the other way the rest of the day. So there is no net movement of traffic from one side of the city to the other. It must be a zero sum, if you like. So if the traffic flow is reversed, when drivers find the things change, and it takes a little time for drivers to discover their new routes, but they will eventually discover that this is the reverse of what they did. So
sorry, could I just interrupt there, Mr. McDowell, because I think we are moving on to a discussion that I was proposing for later on, which is about the reversing direction of vehicular traffic.
Okay.
The key point on this item is about the space that's available within the street for these various users. I appreciate it's all related.
They are all also closely interrelated because, as I say, the council's proposal is they can introduce the contraflow cycle lane because they have reduced the amount and speed of traffic, and I don't think they've produced any evidence to show that this is true.
Can I ask then that, Mr. Cuthell, bearing in mind that we're going to be discussing this point later on and probably in a bit more detail, could I ask you just to give an initial response then to Mr. McDowell on that particular point, and we can come back to it later because I'm conscious to move it up.
Again, I would probably defer to Jan because there has been some work done on that.
Yeah. Thanks, Stephen. I mean, I think the main issue, the main response would be at this point in time in the discussion would be the introduction of a contraflow cycle lane, and I would probably say that my understanding of that is the introduction of a contraflow cycle lane isn't predicated on isn't particularly predicated on a change in the actual numbers of cars using that street. I think the levels were considered well, I suppose there isn't a defined number of vehicles per hour, let's say, that determines whether or not a contraflow will or won't work. So my understanding, and obviously we've been guided, that the introduction of the contraflow cycle lane has obviously been guided by Sustrans. A lot of the design of this street, and particularly the cycling, as you can imagine, all of the major decisions have been informed by Sustrans, who are obviously experts in the design and running of cycle connections within streets. So the reason why we have that is at their recommendation, and I think they were happy looking at the street as it is at the minute. I think without having said we're significantly reducing traffic, felt that a contraflow cycle lane would be appropriate. So perhaps what we can maybe do is kind of separate out the contraflow cycle lane with the traffic flows, because I think they're perhaps not significantly connected, if you know what I mean. Hopefully that's clear enough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll come to that point in more detail about the reversing direction. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, I mean, I presume Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, are you talking, when I go to Mr. McDowell, Mrs. McDowell be talking as well, at this, wanting to make points as well, or do I need to come back to you separately?
I would, not only do you say that there's going to be space, but when you look at the council's own drawings, their large vehicles, whenever they go around a corner, are taking up all the space of the contraflow cycle lane. And to get in and out of the parking bays too, they are likely to be taking up cycle lane space and quite possibly overhanging pavement space. We also question whether the traffic will actually be any slower if you've actually got the whole traffic up at the same level. What slows traffic down is going over pavement bumps. So if you go up over a bump and then you go down and then you go up over another one, the traffic's going to be slower. Whereas if you've got the whole thing raised, once they're up, traffic will, then there's nothing to slow them down.
There is at present at the entrance to the street such small raised table, and so traffic entered quite cautiously. We were standing in the street yesterday morning and saw a car come in and slow down as it went over the bump, and speeded up considerably when it came to the level part. So yeah, I agree that there is a problem that raised tables don't always have the. And this point about the large vehicles taking up, a large vehicle cannot negotiate that street without encroaching on the contraflow cycle lane. The 2.75 metre lane might be fine for a car and for a lorry that's going in a straight line, but as soon as they negotiate the bend in the street, they stray out of that lane. And I just think if I were cycling along there, I would be quite scared if a lorry was coming the other way.
Thank you. I'm conscious to bring other people into the debate, but could I just quickly go back then to Mr. Cuthell or Miss Pope, just on that point? Do you have any further comments on that? Vehicles encroaching.
Sure.
Is that Mr. Cuthell or is that Miss Pope that was?
Stephen, shall I start the response?
Yes, I'll let you do that one. Yeah.
I suppose the first thing about the speed of, if we maybe start with the point about speed of traffic. I think one of the things, again, taking advice from a wide range of sources and kind of following lots of precedents that I think are being developed throughout the country at the minute, that the main device for slowing traffic speed is twofold. It's, well, there's probably a lot of different ways of doing it, but one of the main ones is reducing the width of the carriageway. I think studies have shown us that the narrower the centre of the road is, the slower the traffic speed is. So that, for West Crosscauseway, is probably on our number one approach to slowing traffic speed. Then the other devices that help to reinforce this slow traffic speed are in some senses changes in surface. Now we know already that we've got setted surfaces on West Crosscauseway, and we're proposing to retain and reuse those. So again, it's kind of making sure that we're using all of the methods, all of the tools in our toolkit to reduce traffic speed. So a non-asphalt road, a very narrow carriageway, reductions to the entrances where we talk about using these continuous footways, which are perhaps a development of the raised tables that are there at the minute. They're raised, so when you're entering or leaving the street, you're at a higher level. It's narrower, and the continuous footways actually make it look as if you're driving over a footway. So these are all devices that we're trying to use as much as we can in kind of like in our design toolbox to be able to reduce traffic speed. So that's probably the response to traffic speeds. And you're absolutely right. If we reduce the carriageway down, then when we get large vehicles using that space, then it means they cannot move comfortably through that space. They have to, they have to really drop their speeds down to a crawl. And even within that, at some of the junctions, you're right, the vehicles do have to then overrun onto the cycle lanes. And again, this is something that Sustrans have recommended. It's an approach that Sustrans have recommended that we adopt, because they see this narrowing of the road as being the most important element of reducing traffic speed and therefore making vehicles behave a lot differently to perhaps the way they do at the minute. And in terms of these larger vehicles overrunning into the cycle lane to make these turns, they are going to be doing it, and drivers are going to be doing it knowing full well that they are now leaving carriageway space and they are moving on to areas that vehicles shouldn't be moving upon. And again, that's a kind of behavioural signal to tell drivers, you need to drive with absolute caution on here, because this isn't actually space that you are supposed to be moving onto. Where the vehicles do then overrun into potentially the contraflow cycle lane, the advantage that we're seeing there is that firstly the HGV driver, he's going to be thinking, or the bin driver, he's going to be thinking, I need to be careful here. And also, because it's a contraflow cycle lane, the cyclists and the drivers are going to be facing each other and going to have more chance of seeing each other. And probably the final point I might make is, if we don't do any of those devices, it's not perfect, and I would say nothing in road design ever is perfect, but what that situation seeks to iron out and seeks to address is what potentially happens at the minute, and we'll maybe come we'll come back to this, which is where if roads are wider and car drivers think, I've got loads of space to move in, they will move faster and they will move with less care, because the road design signals to drivers, I have got possession of all of this space for me to do whatever I want in. And we know that at the minute, roads and cyclists on streets where drivers are driving with less caution and less awareness, that's where a lot of accidents happen, where you have cyclists and cars mixing on a street, where basically the drivers are thinking, you know, are less aware of cyclists. So that's what we're trying to achieve here, is really signal to any vehicle driver, when you're in this section of the street, you have to be extremely careful, because we've not designed this street for you to drive through it without exercising high levels of due care and attention. So that's
Okay.
probably kind of a very quick summary
Okay.
of the thinking.
I'm conscious to bring other parties in. Mr. Duffy, do you have any comments? I know you, in your objections, you specifically referred to the narrowing of the carriageway and your concerns about large, excuse me, concerns about large vehicles. Have you got any comments to make?
Yeah,
this morning?
I just offer a few things just at the moment. I think my first thought is that you know, this feels a bit like a design review before a TRO is ready to be submitted, where we've got, clearly there's some issues, and you know, well, actually, you know, we've incorporated this because you know, Sustrans, who are not at the meeting today, said this is a good idea. But it feels like it's incomplete, because I think one of the things that a number of people have been making, and I'm representing at least sort of 6-7 people in the street who've asked me to, on their behalf, because they find this sort of thing just too difficult, is that it's sorry, I lost my track there. I think if I I think one of my main things here is, yes, this, I know we're going to be talking about the reorientation, but forcing the traffic to go the other way
and putting the loading bay into the causey triangle does then obviously bring trucks into the street. And yeah, I'm really quite concerned about the prospect of trucks still accessing the street, for which, in my humble opinion, there is no need for trucks to access the street. So if if it was properly, if that problem was designed out, and it is possible to do so, I think, then that would actually make the whole approach of the contraflow cyclists, it would make it much safer, because there'd be you wouldn't be sort of dealing with an articulated lorry rumbling towards you, because even with the best will in the world, if you're cycling towards a huge lorry, even if it's going slowly, it doesn't make it any easier. And I do find it a bit odd to justify, here we want to make this a safer and better and more attractive environment for everybody here. But in order to achieve that, we have got, with this reorientation, trucks having to kind of navigate over the footway at the entrance, and I think that is a bit odd. And because of the size of the vehicles that are still being encouraged to come through, I think it's quite possible that they won't be able to park in the loading bay that is given in the triangle, so they will actually park up on the footways as well. And whilst it's not permitted, who's going to be enforcing this? There have to be somebody here 24/7. And again, that potentially, it could have been designed out. I don't think it's really ready yet. I think there's obviously a lot of work being done, and obviously I understand that sort of fully. But I think it doesn't seem to me to be completely joined up, and I think there's a pity there, and it is about actively listening to the community. And I note that I think the council has been criticised in recent reports about how it's been handling consultations, and I think there's a learning there to be observed.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Mr. Duffy. Ms. Pope, I'll ask you to come back on some of those points that Mr. Duffy's raised, but I'm conscious to get Ms. Wober involved as well. So, Ms. Wober, have you got any comments on this particular issue and the points that you've heard this morning?
Thank you. Yes, please. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Thank you. So I just want to go with Andrew Fleming's question here, which is, I think, about the width of the street and the competing needs of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicle users. So that's what I want to focus on here. So the text from the reporter that was written to us February last year says the council statement should include a clear indication of how it considers its proposals fall within the provisions or tests contained within the acts that authorise the confirmation of the orders, why they're considered to be necessary. So it seems to me that the council needs to provide aims and objectives and to prove how it's backed up by legislation. I would be happy with that. So as residents, we haven't seen a project brief, but I think that we agree on the brief in many areas. So one of them is about the width and the cyclists. So I'm going to look at that now. So there are 4 points that I think that as residents we need to see met. 1, we all agree to create a sense of place at the Causey Triangle. 2, to introduce counterflow cyclists. As a cyclist myself, that's what I've always wished for this street, and cyclists are doing it illegally, so it would be a good idea to design this into the project. Number 3, to keep vehicle wheels off pavement by good design. And number 4, to exclude large vehicles from entering the narrow road of West Cross Causeway, because we're talking about a road which is already an extremely narrow cobbled road. That is why vehicles do not achieve high speeds on this road. So I will go straight to my point 2 there, where we agree that we all want to introduce counterflow cyclists along West Cross Causeway. But what we all notice that narrowing West Cross Causeway is dangerous and non-compliant. So what we risk here is just treating the cyclists as collateral. So the person who still rules here is the king on the driver who's sitting in the seat of a large van or HGV or a rubbish lorry, because those people are not disallowed from coming into the street. They're using the street in exactly the same way as they ever did. So our desire to have large vehicles not using this narrow street has not been met. So if we refer to the Road Scotland Act 1984, it states in section 1 that, quotes, a local roads authority shall have the power to reconstruct, alter, widen, improve or renew any such road. That's the end of the quote. So it authorises the City of Edinburgh Council to widen a road, but it does not say it can be narrowed. However, the TRO does narrow West Crosscauseway and at the same time introduces counterflow cycle lane. So these widths do not comply with advisory guidelines for width. So the proposal becomes much more dangerous for all road users. So a lorry who is driving along there and a cyclist who is counterflow just with also coming into their face, it doesn't matter if the lorry says, oh yeah, it's my right of way, I didn't see him. You know, when that cyclist is dead, that family need to have some go back to this and they will look at the designers who have allowed this to happen. So if the road is narrow, delivery vehicles, overnight vehicles, fly parking vehicles, they'll all be obliged to park up on the pavements, which is what happens the whole time before the regulations start at 8:30 to allow other vehicles to pass. So you're actually, by narrowing the road, you're designing in the eventuality where vehicles will have to park up on the pavements in order to let other vehicle users pass to use this road, which they are allowed to do. So what I can then see is that the eastbound, so what I would like to point out is the width. So the lane widths for cyclists do not comply with Sustrans own guidelines. So it gives us no confidence that Sustrans say this is okay, because the previous TRO, which failed, they also said that was okay. But in that TRO, as a cyclist myself, I found it extremely excruciating to argue against it, because if I opened the door of my stairwell where I live with 2 children, us coming out with 3 bicycles, we were then 80 centimeters away from the front door to be met by a double lane of cyclists. And on the other side, it was 30 centimeters from the light wells to the lower ground flats. There's 75 dwellings on this street, and it was proposed to bring the roadway 30 centimeters in front of the dwellings on the north side in order to get this double line squashed on the south side so that we as residents open our doors into the path of a cyclist. So thankfully we got that off the table. The planner who was involved in getting that off the table is no longer with the council. Some other thing happened. But if we add up the dimensions required by Sustrans guidelines, we would need a street width of 6.2 meters. So there's currently 4.6 meters of width available. That's all that's available. It's less than 25%. It's 25% less than what is desired. So if the TRO narrows that further, then it will increasingly fail to meet the standard. So cyclists in this design are being treated as collateral. So if you imagine, so the other thing about that will make it difficult for cyclists is about the contraflow, and I think we'll discuss that later. But what I'm saying is it doesn't give me confidence that Sustrans are compromising on the widths that they themselves propose, because I do not see that this is an advantageous design. It keeps things net zero, no improvement or lack of improvement for drivers. We'll talk about speed and direction later, because I have a lot to say on those things that have been touched upon. But in terms of cyclist lives, this design puts them at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wober. Could I then sort of direct some of those points to the council, Mr. Cuthell or Ms. Pope? I'd just like to pick up on that last point, actually, that Ms. Wober's made about Sustrans' own guidelines not being met. Could you perhaps come back on that point, please? Is that Ms. Pope? Would you be answering?
Yeah,
sure. I'm happy to take that up. The whole of this design process has
sorry,
been...
yes, it's the lane width. The point being made is that the lane widths don't comply with Sustrans' guidelines.
Well, the 1.5 meter lane width is is acceptable to Sustrans. They have, as I say, they have had full involvement in this design process, and that lane width has actually come from them. My understanding is it is the minimum of their requirements. Their standard would be wider, but that is the minimum that they will accept as a width. And in this particular location, Sustrans are 100% all of the proposals that we have within the TRO.
Was there anything that Mr. Duffy raised earlier on that you wanted to come back on just while we're on this item?
On cycling, sorry, I'll just go back through and check what we covered for. Well, there were a few issues. I'm just looking at the specifics on cycling, because there are a few issues that raised about consultation, which I'll let Stephen possibly address. The need for HGV access. I mean, I would agree in some senses, in terms of we certainly are not producing a design here to encourage HGV through access. It is, I think everybody agrees, it's a narrow street. It should really be, and I think our objective is for it to provide access for local traffic, and wherever possible, it shouldn't be a route that is being used for HGVs to move through the wider city environment, unless it's obviously providing for the necessary access within that street. And the way I think we've tried to address that issue through the design process anyway, is to come up with all of the devices that we were talking about earlier, which is making that street look to an HGV driver as if that's not a street, that if I'm moving from if I'm moving from one part of the city to the other part of the city, this is not a street that I want to use. So we talked earlier about the continuous footways, making it look as if this is a street that isn't welcoming for traffic, because the footway continues across the mouth of the entrance, making the width of that street look incredibly narrow. So I suppose in some senses, and this is talking about it from a design point of view, there are obviously other ways of controlling HGV traffic, but from a design point of view, we've done everything we can, I think, within reason, to make that street look as if it shouldn't be used for HGV access. And where HGV servicing is required, there is a loading bay on Nicolson Street that is obviously accessible for HGVs, and then probably the loading bay that we do have on Chapel Street is something that would be usable for HGVs. But I suppose the loading bay that we do have at the church is probably the one that is the least attractive for HGV use. So from a design point of view, that has been our philosophy, to discourage HGV use and not make it a street that looks inviting for that. Were there any other, I'm just thinking, were there any other, Gordon, any other points that I've not maybe picked up from a design point of view? And then I'll let the council obviously come back in on the kind of wider consultation issues.
I mean, I think Mr. Duffy mentioned obviously HGVs parking in the loading bays, but that's a topic that we will touch on later on. But Mr. Cuthell, is there anything else that you wanted to add based on the comments that have been made under this item?
Well, obviously we did look at how we can manage HGVs, because obviously refuse collection vehicles are classed as HGVs, although not an articulated vehicle, but obviously they do have to have access into West Crosscauseway, and you know, there are ways, it's around what restrictions could be put in place, and as Jan has pointed out, in terms of a design philosophy, we felt that we could manage HGV behaviour by how the street is designed. There are, as has been pointed out, you know, alternative loading locations that don't require or don't you know, don't make it or make it more attractive to park or load elsewhere rather than in West Crosscauseway, and that's, yeah, that's kind of where we've taken it, really.
Okay, Ms. Wober, I'm conscious. I suspect you wanting to come back in there, and is there a particular point you wanted to come back in? I'm just conscious we've strayed into other subjects which I do want to get to as well. Do you have any further comments on the specific point?
I'll just briefly mention that at the beginning, our first comment by Stephen Cuthill just showed us that he doesn't know which way is contraflow in this design, has to defer to the person who designed it, and then that person has to defer to Sustrans, who's not here. So I think that when you're talking to an architect who's been resident on the street, then you will find somebody who knows the details and not the two that I just mentioned. So I think we'll come on to the HGVs and where they're loading. But that right now the HGVs and the large lorries are encouraged to turn across the cycle lane, which has been designed for them. So that is where I am calling cyclists collateral, as in, so the cyclist is crushed. Well, you know, we tried to design it well. That's all.
Right, thank you. That's noted. Can I then take parties to the second item, actually, Causeway, which is about the reversing direction of vehicular traffic. And I know we've touched on this already, but it's a key issue and it's been raised in numerous objections. And obviously, I think all the parties here today have commented on it. Obviously, it's proposed one-way eastbound for vehicular traffic. And I really just wanted to explore the benefits and disbenefits, really. So will this, I suppose the question to the council is about, will this reduce volumes of traffic? And the council, I'd like to just explore the council's justification or evidence base for arriving at that conclusion in terms of, you know, backing up this argument. So I'd like to talk about that, and then if we could go on to alternatives, which I think a number of individuals have also raised. But could we just touch on that first? Yep, so could I put that to Mr. Cuthill, please, first? Talking about reversing the direction of the vehicular traffic.
Yeah.
And can you just expand on this point about reducing the volumes of traffic on that street?
Yeah, certainly. I'll certainly start, and then I'll probably pass over to Alan, who's got more knowledge of kind of vehicle movements in the area. But you know, obviously we've been we looked at the majority of use within West Crosscauseway is through traffic. You know, it's not in itself a kind of destination. It's really a way of cutting between two north-south routes. I think a traffic count in 2014 suggested about 100 vehicles an hour make the current movement through West Crosscauseway. I think as part of, again, this kind of behavioural change, in part is about actually, you know, changing the direction of travel helps to change drivers' mindsets about the routes that they're taking through West Crosscauseway predominantly, but also the you know, trying to encourage as many vehicles as possible to stay on the main north-south corridors at either end. Also, by changing, I suppose, how vehicles enter and exit West Cross Causeway. We're also protecting the crossing point at Nicolson Street as well, and making it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to make the east-west transition through West Cross Causeway. I think that's all I had. I'll pass over to Alan though in terms of discussing the kind of movement of traffic in the general area as well, and how it interacts with that change of direction proposed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dunlop.
Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it was a progressive design solution, really, as we discussed the various issues that were currently presenting themselves on the entry from Nicolson Street. Stephen touched briefly there on the position of the pedestrian crossing, the toucan crossing at the entrance point. And what currently happens and has happened in the past is drivers sometimes misinterpret when a red light comes on that they can still make the right turn safely into West Cross Causeway from that point. They possibly think they're doing nothing wrong, but it does present a conflict of those looking to cross east and west from East Cross Causeway into West Cross Causeway as well. So we highlighted all these different conflicts that we currently knew about. Vehicles coming in, vehicles after the initial tabletop, then proceeding along possibly faster than they should do, then faced with that left turn coming down to another junction, whereby they were using it as a through route for either northbound or southbound traffic. Again, in the wider review of the surrounding streets, it was evident for traffic approaching from the north on Nicolson Street, there's no available right turn into West Nicolson Street, and the next available turn after that is much further down on, I forget the name of the street, sorry, it's the one that goes down towards the Meadows.
Hope Park Terrace, I think, Alan.
Yes, that's the very one,
Mhm.
thank you. Yep, so it was sitting down and looking at all the different conflicts we were aware of and all the different issues we were aware of, and coupled with the removal of or the proposed removal of the residential parking bays within West Cross Causeway itself, it was really a case of can we come up with a design which addresses all these issues and still maintains the flow of traffic westbound. And when faced with mounting difficulties of really trying to make that work, how is it going to work for pedestrians, how is it going to work for cyclists, and how is it going to work still to maintain access for residents and occasional deliveries within the street? It became quite clear that maintaining the traffic flow westbound was probably going to be unlikely to be accommodated within any successful design. So then, by looking to accommodate, without straying too far off the point, by looking to accommodate residential parking bays within Buccleuch Place, it was then felt that if we then considered flipping the direction of travel for vehicle traffic, that then allows residential parking spaces in Buccleuch Place if you need to make deliveries, drop-offs at residences within West Cross Causeway. The loading bays are provided and available for that. Traffic then proceeds eastbound, but everybody is then turned north. So again, you're removing the conflict at the entry point from Nicolson Street. You have a much neater transition then for cyclists coming from East Cross Causeway into West Cross Causeway. East Cross Causeway itself then continues down to St Leonard's and the cycle route 1. So it provides that, or I think it eases the transition between West Cross Causeway and East Cross Causeway. It then allows all vehicles to then proceed north, use West Nicolson Street to come back round on themselves, so they can then proceed north into Potter Row or south into Chapel Street and come back if need be to residential parking bays. So it introduced almost like a circulatory or a gyratory movement to access West Cross Causeway, but to try and deter the traditional through traffic from using it just as a means to get from one main corridor to another. It was a solution arrived at only when we couldn't feasibly produce a design that met all the known conflicts in the opposite direction.
Okay, Can I perhaps put that to the other parties? I know, obviously, I think Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, I think you've mentioned this specifically in terms of alternatives. Could I perhaps possibly start with yourselves, just in terms of the comments by Mr. Dunlop? And I think you mentioned your objections, considerations of alternatives, and I'll come back to the council on that point as well. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, have you got some comments?
Yeah, in 2018, there was a major resurfacing exercise on the A7, Nicolson Street, St. Patrick Street, right up to Salisbury. And at that time, we talked to the engineer about this problem of traffic illegally turning right
during the pedestrian
during the pedestrian phase, and he was able to put the white line further back, but unfortunately the budget didn't allow for the traffic light post itself to be moved back, so that it was slightly ambiguous. It has improved with that change, but we think that if the traffic light post were moved back to where the white line is now, then it would be perfectly clear, and very little traffic would make that illegal move.
Yeah, the engineer said he would like to have done something with that as part of the refurbishment of the street, but in view of the fact that this was all under this review, there was not much point in him doing something that was possibly going to be ripped out.
Okay, sorry, can I just interrupt then? So on that point, could I just put that back to Mr. Dunlop then? Has that been considered further, the point raised by Mr. and Mrs. McDowell about the traffic?
Again, I suppose it's a matter of the two different projects overlapping. The design work, as we're all aware, has been ongoing for some time. So I think I had discussions with the engineer responsible for the A7 corridor works and discussed exactly these, but keeping one eye on, as you inevitably do, keeping one eye on council budgets and project budgets going forward, it did seem counterintuitive to make fundamental changes to one aspect of the design when there was a potential for another design to come along and require further changes. So it was just probably on pragmatic grounds alone, knowing that it was a lengthy section of A7 being upgraded, and just trying to, I suppose, be practical on what we can deliver within each project boundary. And we knew this was within the ongoing discussion and design process. So it was a case of just being aware of what works were required for that project and what further works may be required for this project.
But that whole project was done in £1 million. It was to move the traffic light by a few meters would have been very, 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 very small part of that budget.
Can I interject there so that we don't end up just having a random discussion? I need to keep some structure because of the time as well. I hear what Mr. Dunlop's saying. Could I perhaps go to Mr. Duffy and then Miss Wober on that particular point?
Thanks. Yeah, I think, I mean, your question, Mr. Fleming, is like, okay, so what is the what's the evidence for the reorientation? And I think it seems to be clear there does not seem to be a gigantic amount of kind of where is the evidence base for the change? I think probably people would have been more supportive of a kind of a scheme which maintained the status quo, sort of east-west, obviously with better design controls. And it kind of does feel slightly odd when the new design was sort of put forward of this sort of reorientating the traffic flow, also without any control on the size of vehicle that could enter. I think the two things of reorientation plus then no control just seems quite odd to me, and I don't think there's ever been really any, whereas the strong evidence submitted as part of the justification for this, it seems a bit of a mystery to me.
Ms. Wober, have you got some comments to make on this particular issue?
Yes, I agree with what I've just heard from Gordon Duffy, and I'm nonplussed about the justifications from Alan Dunlop. I don't see how there is any convincing argument for having flipped the flow. It seems to be some sort of reaction to me. But what I do see that happens when you reverse the flow of vehicles from east-west to west-east is that if you look at the sweat flow studies analysis of the for vehicles, it makes it much easier for them to drive into West Crosscauseway, because at present they have a tight right angle junction, but then in this west-east arrangement, they can just, from the north anyway, just roll straight in over the cycle path and come in. And also, strangely, a disadvantage about this is if vehicles are traveling north and want to turn right into West Crosscauseway, they will then hold up the traffic behind them on a red route, which includes buses. So I don't see how that's an advantage for anybody for the flow of life and vehicles on the red route. So what I do see that happens is if you reverse the flow, you increase the speed of the vehicles, because as we have heard from Jan Pope and others, instead of having a bump when you enter on a right angle approach from the east, is what happens right now. There's a speed bump, so vehicles have to think about it, get over the bump and then go on their way. Now what happens is if you're coming from the west to the east, you raise up upon a new surface which then remains continuous, no bump down. So it actually gives you a longer amount of road in order to rev up before you make your next decision. So I think that the change of direction will increase the speed of vehicles along West Crosscauseway. So obviously what I'm going to cover is what it means for cyclists, which then turns their life into a nonsense. So eastbound cyclists will be put at risk. So eastbound cyclists, unlike the cars, if they cycle along West Crosscauseway, they will then be able to, they'll have three choices. You can continue along East Crosscauseway, which is bollarded for cars, it's a cul-de-sac. Or you can turn left or you can turn right. But cars can only do one of those things. Cars can only turn left. So basically the eastbound cyclist going along West Crosscauseway who wants to carry on, go onto the other cross causeway, because a long time ago it was all one road until the bridges came along and sliced it in half. So the cyclist wants to continue traveling east, and then the vehicle turns left across it. A lot of vehicles don't even bother indicating for turning left because it's assumed it's the only thing they can do. So you're creating a clash point for the straight ahead cyclist to be cut into by the left turning vehicle, who's either getting used to knowing this new arrangement, which they didn't expect, or just dealing with it because it's there and they've got used to it. So it makes it more dangerous for eastbound cyclists. It makes the next point makes it more dangerous for westbound cyclists. So if I'm cycling back to the office from East Crosscauseway and I want to go across when the lights tell me I can go across, no other cars are doing that, pedestrians are doing that. But what I'm effectively doing is driving into the face of oncoming traffic when there is no space for me to do that. So I will have cyclists coming into me and also vehicles coming into me on this narrow street. So it's inviting some sort of head-on collision. The other things I've already talked about is the lane width and the vehicle widths which encroach on the cycle lane at the west end. So Steve Cuttill in his comment wrote in Appendix 2, the cycle lane area does provide additional space for vehicle maneuvers.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry, a cycle lane is not designed to provide space for vehicle maneuvers if you're designing it so that it is safe for cyclists. So this is patently unsafe for cyclists.
Thank you. So, you've raised a number of points there, which I'd like to just go back to the council on, and then I'd like to just pick up on an issue that Mr. and Mrs. McDowell have raised about rat running and alternative options. So I'll come on to that in a minute. But Mr. Dunlop, I presume it'd be yourself then, if I could just go back to you on these points that have been raised by Ms. Wober. So if you're reversing the flow, it's more easier to drive into West Crosscauseway, so you're encouraging further traffic into the street. Do you have any comments on that?
Well, it's absolutely right. The angle of entry is not 90 degrees, as it is the case from Nicolson Street. But again, as Jan touched on earlier on, through design and through carefully considered design, that the driver's perception and the driver's eye view of what space they're entering, it's not a traditional road in the traditional sense. By continuing the footway level through from the current grade it is at Chapel Street, and again, at this stage, the concept of the traffic regulation orders and redetermination orders required are one thing, but the detailed design can address many of the points raised. And again, by continuing the footway levels through at the entry and exit points, and using, certainly on the entry, modern Dutch style curbs with a much steeper angle of attack as you come in, it changes the feel that you're driving into this space. You know, it's a narrow approach coming in. So whilst I fully accept that the angle of entry is more conducive to vehicles coming from the south, it needn't in itself be a reason why not to progress with the scheme. Similarly, on the exit at the Nicolson Street end, where the crossing currently comes across from East Crosscauseway, the footway will be built out on the south curb to almost give a launch and reception pad for cyclists coming across. Similarly, cyclists heading eastbound would be encouraged to take a centre off the carriageway position. This is a 20 miles per hour street. Chapel Street on the approach and Nicolson Street are both 20 miles per hour. So again, there's no reason in itself that vehicles should feel the need to increase speed coming along this street. Similarly, by narrowing the carriageway, the available carriageway space, again, it's all driver perception. If drivers are travelling along there, they know, they can see it's a reduced space from a traditional street. So again, there are more issues to consider for them than simply driving along a traditional carriageway in the traditional sense.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Just the point about the red route as well. I think that was a point Ms. Wober made about right turn traffic along Chapel Street. Will that block vehicles heading south? I think that was a point Ms. Wober made, was it?
For traffic entering into West Crosscauseway from Chapel Street. Would it be any different to travelling into any other side street? You know, it's really just accessing a side street that isn't signal controlled.
I'm conscious to refer to these alternatives, and I think it was Mrs. McDowell that made these points about left turn in, left turn out. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, would you like to, could I ask you to sort of expand on these points that you made in your objections, and then we'll go to the council for their comments on that.
No.
This was in terms of your concerns about, you know, reversing obviously the direction of travel, and you mentioned a number of alternatives. Had these been considered? So if you could perhaps just talk us through those. I think one of them was the left in, left out, wasn't it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. So if you were only allowed to left turn in and left turn out, you wouldn't get all the commercial vehicles who rat run through. And you could engineer this reasonably easily if you're redoing these junctions. We see the amount of commercial traffic that goes through, and particularly during the construction of the university, there were huge, Rebecca and Gordon will know this, the huge vehicles that were just driving through. Sat-nav tells you you can do this, but if you had left in and left out, there would be only people who needed to use that street. And I'm sure that could be engineered, be much safer for everybody.
Could I put that to the council? And could I, is it Mr. Cuthell or Mr. Dunlop, I presume?
I'm quite happy to answer that one. Using the current layouts or modifying the scheme to provide other facilities for pedestrians and cyclists, but leaving it as it is with left in, left out, I suppose it comes back to, again, the addition of further street clutter to do certain turns or to ban certain turns and only allow certain other turns in a fairly congested space. It's just trying to arrive at the right feel. You know, if we only allow left turning vehicles in and left turning vehicles out, it's quite similar to what we are proposing, just flipped on its head, really. You know, where you can come in from, well, I accept that you can come in from both sides on Chapel Street, but again, the entry from the north on Chapel Street into West Crosscauseway is not exactly easy in itself under the proposed design. It's available and certainly quite feasible for private vehicles, but anything larger than that is, again, with the requirement that they're going to have to stop and wait to make a turn. You know, vehicles coming northbound are going to have to, traffic is going to have to be clear for them to successfully make that left turn. It's not in itself banning manoeuvres, it's just designing it in such a way that it's not the most attractive way to proceed.
Looking at the way traffic behaves, the way that there are spaces in traffic on Buccleuch Street, because of the way the lights are at the end of Nicolson Square and so on, there are considerable gaps with the various traffic lights down that street that is going to make it easy for vehicles to turn right into the into West Crosscauseway. And then you're saying, well, you can only turn left out. It's creating a rat run. And sat-navs will pick up that you're allowed to do this. Sat-navs facilitate all sorts of, well, encourage all sorts of vehicles to go through all sorts of streets in Blackett and do considerable damage to structures there just because it's permitted, even if there's not enough space for them.
Could I come to this point? And I think there's a point that you've actually made yourself, Mrs. McDowell, in your objections, and it was about, and this is again putting it back to the council, vehicles. How would vehicles be stopped from making a banned right turn, which is part of the proposal onto Nicolson Street? Have you, Mr. Dunlop, got comments or thoughts on that?
Yes, the exit from West Crosscauseway into Nicolson, the footway build out on the opposite on the south footway side is shaped to direct all traffic northbound because of the design to incorporate that launch and reception area for cycles and pedestrians using the Toucan crossing, which during the A7 upgrade works, the markings, the diagonal markings directing both pedestrians and cycles across into East Crosscauseway, that area that's currently occupied by that will be the proposal is to build out on that south footway to effectively direct all traffic northbound. But there will be, again, using the raised and almost continuous aspect of the footway coming through. Again, a give way could be provided for vehicles exiting, so they would have to give way to pedestrian flow heading north and south on that side before they can exit into the carriageway on Nicolson Street.
Sorry, Mr. Worby, you got your hand up there. Did you want to come back on any of those points that have been raised?
Thank you. Sorry, I just have to mention something that nobody's mentioned. It's so glaringly obvious. So Alan Dunlop mentioned a controlled turning. So I'm assuming this means kind of there are traffic lights and whatever. But if vehicles, as this TRO proposes, are coming east along West Crosscauseway, what we then have at the end of West Crosscauseway is a T-junction for vehicles, but a crossing for cyclists. I've already described how the cyclists will be cut up by the vehicle turning left. But the thing is, the Nicolson Street area there is controlled. There's a traffic light. So there's a traffic light that stops north-south travel both ways along that. So basically, when pedestrians, it's beeping, so pedestrians can cross. So they're crossing east-west because they're allowed to. It seems to me that a car can then just drive out of West Cross Causeway onto the pedestrians, even so, because there's no traffic light telling the car to stop on this tiny little road of West Cross Causeway that we're talking about.
Mr. Dunlop, have you got any comments on that point Mr. Webber's raised?
The area marked on street for the pedestrian crossing, the Toucan crossing, will align with the extended footway on the south side, and all traffic exiting it's not a T-junction as such because they can't turn right. The curb line will be shaped in such a way as to direct everybody to the left.
Mr. Duffy, I see that you want to just come in there on that point.
Yeah, I just wanted to revert to your original point. Is like, what is the evidence for the reorientation? And it just seems to me that it is not completely evidence-based. I mean, there was reference made to traffic numbers of 2014. This is even before the very first TRO was submitted. So where is the evidence? It seems to be more of a design hunch. And that also brings me to that point. There seems to be there's an issue, which is maybe a gap in legislation, which is this thing of, right, we'll get the TRO through, even though that's a question mark, and then we'll just solve it all with the design. So it does seem to be a bit of the wrong way around here. So in other words, if you make the wrong decision, we'll figure out how to design around that wrong decision, that wrong premise. So your question was, where is the evidence for the premise? And I'm not sure that's been submitted. And obviously you can design anything.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, do you have any sort of further comments on this particular point before? I'm conscious of the time. We're coming up to 11:30 for a break.
Yeah.
Do you have any further comments before I close this session?
Things about reversing the direction of flow would be the vehicles that always access the street now to deliver to particularly the Chinese supermarket. And there are at times 2 or maybe more articulated lorries parked on the pavement to make deliveries there. I've seen it. I've spoken to the traffic wardens who've gone past and said, what can you do about this? And they say, because they've got their back of their vehicle open and down, there's nothing we can do about it. We can't book them. They're parked on the pavement. There's nothing we can do. And we can't just stand here because we're not allowed to. The street. And if you look on Street View, we've sent you pictures showing vehicles parked in this way. And it happens all the time. I don't see how this reverse is going to do anything about that, and that those vehicles are going to be willing to try and maneuver into the parking bay that is there. And certainly it doesn't seem very safe for the contraflow cyclists. And something we should have said earlier, people assume that cyclists are very able to move. If you've got a cargo bike, if you've got a tandem with children on the back, you've got bicycle rickshaws, these vehicles are not easily sort of just pop up on the pavement and get out of the way of a vehicle making an awkward turn in an emergency. My brother was a police photographer, and one of the most horrendous things that he was forever having to do was to go and photograph the results of accidents between articulated lorries and cyclists. Some of these the lorries had driven for half a mile with a mangled cyclist caught up in them. And he still dreams about it. And it happens so often. Sorry, but it makes you very, very aware of the problems of articulated lorries. And they know they can't see well. That's why they have their notices on the back. If you can't see my mirror, I can't see you. Yeah, you maybe think we're all going over the top, but that's why. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I'm conscious we're about to launch into the second item on the agenda, which is perhaps quite detailed, quite lengthy, and I'm just conscious of the time we'd set for a short break. So could I suggest that we finish off now for 10 minutes? And if we're back in 10 minutes, we could proceed with item 2 on the agenda, which is about the new public realm area. Would that be acceptable to everybody?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very
Sorry,
much.
Andrew, I didn't want to prolong things, but maybe just before we leave this item, there was just one little issue I just wanted to clarify, which
Sure, Ms.
was
Pope, yeah.
it's just to do with the cycle lane, and perhaps we've not been 100% clear on this in terms of thinking about how Rebecca, you were talking about vehicles when turning out of when they're eastbound, turning out of West Crosscauseway, making the left turn, cutting across cyclists. The cycle lane on West Crosscauseway, the contraflow sits to the south of the on the south curb line, and it's taking eastbound cyclists. Westbound cyclists will be sitting on the road. They're not within the contraflow cycle lane. They're actually cycling on the carriageway. So in terms of traffic turning left at that junction, and cyclists having to cut across that traffic, cyclists actually be sitting in front of vehicles at that junction. So it was just to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
I know
Thank you
there's
for-
just 3 minutes left, but Andrew Fleming and everybody knows that no designer can tell a cyclist that they're going to position themselves centrally behind a revving van. Cyclists naturally cycle on the left, even when they're told to take the centre space. Not all cyclists have the wits about them or the knowledge to have to do that when they're threatened by a vehicle. So you cannot plan for the cyclist to only cycle in the middle. A lot of them will be cycling on the left because they cycle defensively.
Okay.
If they're on the left and turning left, I'm not.
On the left and going straight ahead was the problem that I identified.
All right, sorry, okay.
I think I've got enough information there from all sides, so I'm happy to conclude that item on the agenda and move on to item 2, which is the proposed new public realm area. If we could all meet back at 11:40, if that would be all right with everybody, then we can proceed
Sure.
with that item. But thank you very much. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, it's. I think my position. It's not. Well, it's not. Yeah. Mhm. but this thing about, you know, he has 3 ways to report on this. Oh, it's catching.
Can parties hear me? Can parties hear me? Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Are we just waiting on anybody? No? Right. Right. I make it 11:42, so I think we're good to go. Item 2 on the agenda. This is the proposed new public realm area. I recommend perhaps that we all have access to. It's actually the colour version of the redetermination order drawing, and that's page 4 on the council's statement, hearing statement, and that's coloured. So it's just a little bit easier to follow or to understand. So I would just recommend that parties have that to hand when we're discussing this item. Obviously, objectors have raised this issue, pedestrians and cyclists, and how the space is being used, and also in terms of existing uses. There have been concerns about cyclists travelling, well, particularly southbound along Chapel Street, and then turning into the public realm area, and also conflicts with pedestrians perhaps using or congregating outside the church in that public area. So there are issues there around conflict and how such conflicts can be avoided, how the space is to be used. So I suppose I'd like to sort of open this up really, and if we can go to the council in the first instance, that would be useful, and then we'll take comments from other parties. So could I start first of all with Mr. Cuthell? Who would you want to be talking to on this?
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair. I'll make a sort of brief, I suppose, synopsis, and then probably pass to Jan in terms of the design philosophy, but it'd be really useful as well to bring Isabel in to discuss the kind of the wider kind of public realm use, you know, in terms of events that have been held and also sort of future aspirations for that area as well.
Okay. Can I just clarify for all parties as well? I think it's quite important that we're all clear on this point. It's not part of my remit to make recommendations on paving materials, street furniture, layouts, etc. So just if we could just bear that in mind when we're discussing the treatment of this area. I'm more concerned, or I'm interested in how it would be used by pedestrians and cyclists.
Yes.
And just in terms of how potential conflict could be avoided in this area. Those are sort of the key, that's the key area I'm wanting to focus on. And then obviously there are existing uses such as the free church there, which will have weddings and funerals in front of the church, you know, there'll be people congregating, etc., in front of the church. And also you've got the restaurant bar there, 56 North, I think it is, and they've got servicing issues. So there's a kind of a range of activities and issues associated with this space. So I'd just like to explore that in more detail. So I suppose if we could start with, you know, pedestrians and cyclists, and then move on to, you know, the existing uses around the triangle, that would be very helpful. Could I start with Mr. Cuthell then first?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I was just going to add to that the reason for having a bit of a discussion about the use, both current and maybe future, is maybe how some of those conflicts, whether any of them have come up already, and then also maybe some of the interventions that have maybe taken place where there's been temporary closures and such like, which will give us a bit of an insight into future. So really, all I was going to say is obviously the overall design or the kind of the philosophy for the project stemmed from the development of the public realm space at the western end of West Crosscauseway. And also in terms of pedestrian and cycle conflict, obviously, you know, we have over the years of this project seen a lot of development and use of the space and the connection that it makes between the Chapel Street, Buccleuch Street, and the Nicolson Street, you know, corridors for cyclists and pedestrians. And as part of the design, obviously we've extended and created the cycle, if you like, on-road cycle routes throughout the Chapel Street, Buccleuch Street corridor, and then through West Crosscauseway out into Nicolson Street.
Yeah.
And the connection there, therefore, right through into East Crosscauseway. And obviously that in itself obviously allows for some segregation between cyclists and pedestrians throughout the design that's been presented, and obviously allows for, you know, minimizing potential conflict. Obviously there is still, if you like, a risk in that some cyclists will enter the public realm triangle, as it's been referred to, which is the sort of area sort of 14 and 4 and sort of 16, you know, that sort of triangle area, which I think everyone's familiar with on the drawing. And again, you know, with those segregations, with the redeterminations as well, it's allowing for that segregated cycle network to be enhanced and obviously be an improvement on what's presented, you know, what exists on street currently. And then I was going to hand over to Jan as well, just to expand on the design elements of that, and then we can obviously hear from Isabel with regards to the sort of event use and how that has impacted on pedestrian cycle thoughts for the design as well.
Okay, Ms. Pope.
Okay, thank you. Well, Steve, I think you've probably kind of hit upon our key kind of key approach to trying to, I mean, without doubt, where pedestrians and cyclists are mixing on the same surface, that's the highest area of risk in terms of conflict. And I suppose, and we're very mindful of that. We've done a lot of work, particularly working through equality impact assessments, where we're looking at what are the design solutions now to addressing this kind of concern of conflict between cyclists and pedestrians, and really again following the advice and a lot of research that Sustrans have done on the issue. It's pointed us towards, and really Sustrans have pointed us towards the solution that Stephen described, which was really trying to encourage cyclists when moving through this space to move through the space, making use of the cycle lanes, and as we talked earlier, on the carriageway on West Crosscauseway for their main route of movement. And we see the advantages of that, particularly when looking at issues to do with conflict with pedestrians, is it does give cyclists an area for them, basically an area for them to use. And in the design of that space, we design it using a contrast material, a clearly defined edge. So what we're trying to do in the detailed design is we're trying to make that cycle route as legible as possible and as clear as possible to pedestrians, so that they're aware that when I'm stepping into this particular space, this is where I need to take care, because there will be cyclists using that space, and basically making it kind of a legible route. Particularly, we've done a bit of work with guide dogs for the blind, looking at how guide dogs are trained. We've considered how in that kind of soft segregation that Sustrans call it, of the cycle route, where we have curbs, but they're low curbs. Now, low curbs are used so that wheelchair users, and the profile of the curbs are shaped so that whilst there is a curb separation, it's not forming a barrier or a hazard for wheelchair movements, for instance. But the height of that curb has been designed sufficient that guide dogs will recognise it. There's in terms of the legibility, we're also thinking of those that maybe have more kind of cognitive issues in terms of being able to understand that there is a difference of surface. So that's where, again, the colour contrast comes into play, and the visually impaired, making sure, again, that colour contrast is right, or hits the right level, to make it all as, basically the plan is to make it as legible as possible, so that if a pedestrian is moving into a cycle lane, it's clear. And really, I suppose what we are trying to do is just make that space as legible and as navigatable as possible for all the users.
Okay. Can I just interject?
That's a quick summary.
Okay, that's really helpful. Can I just interject then? So obviously Mr. Dunlop, I think, or Mr. Cuthell mentioned the cycle lanes that are presently there on Buccleuch Street and Chapel Street, and obviously encouraging cyclists to obviously use West Crosscauseway. But in terms of the public realm triangle, for want of a better word, how do you envisage cyclists navigating across that? Would that be a defined, you talk about curb areas, but would there be a particular corridor within that triangle, or?
No. I suppose Andrew, our route is basically the on-road route. So at this point in time, there is no proposal to actually take a route across that, across the triangle. The route is within south, for instance, looking at it southbound, it would be southbound along Chapel Street, then making a left turn at the bottom and joining the carriageway on West Crosscauseway. So that would be one route. And then the opposite direction route would be using the contraflow cycle lane on West Crosscauseway, and then joining the cycle lanes on Buccleuch Street. So there is currently no proposal for any type of defined or segregated route actually cutting across the triangle.
Okay. Is there anything else you wanted to mention, Ms. Pope, in terms of the use of this space before I sort of open it up to other parties?
Well, I think just as a general approach, our kind of like design brief and approach here is obviously to increase the area of usable space, so we can see how, looking at the existing conditions, that basically says what we want to do is make the central traffic island, connect that to all the buildings on the north edge of the triangle, so making it safer for movement, more and better connected to the buildings there, so that space becomes more usable and safer to use for 56 North, for the church. Obviously, there are kind of links back to the community centre at Quarry Close. So basically, the idea was to have that space as clutter-free as we can have it. It's all designed. We've taken out the curbs, so it's basically it's not level because obviously there's a slope on it, but it's a surface that would have no curbs on it other than the kind of edging to the carriageway.
Okay. Right, thank you very much for that then. So could I just open this up then? Sorry, yes, I can go to Mr. and Mrs. McDowell first, if that's, you've got a point to make, Mr. McDowell?
Yes, as far as I understand, what Ms. Pope is saying is that that triangle will be for pedestrians only, and that the cyclists will be kept on Chapel Street, Buccleuch Street, and West Crosscauseway. But the redetermination order says area 14, which is part of the outside 56 North, footway to cycle track. Redetermination of area 4, carriageway to cycle track. Area 16, carriageway to cycle track. So the whole of that area, that triangle, is to be redetermined according to this order to cycle track, and yet that's in complete contradiction with what I understood Ms. Pope to say just at this moment.
Ms. Pope, would you like to come back on that point, please?
I suppose what I'm saying is that the way the design proposal has been developed, it seeks to encourage cyclists and it provides a route for cyclists to move through that space. But I think at the same time, it's probably fair to say that the design does not exclude cyclists from that route. But what we're not doing is we're not encouraging them to use that space.
Mr. Duffy, can I go to you next on that point then, please?
Excuse me. Yeah, one sort of thing I was going to touch on, and I think maybe Hilary McDowell probably has more knowledge, is I think Janet Pope's just mentioned that they've taken out the curbs. So obviously I think that, you know, in one sense it seems quite desirable. In another sense, for the partially sighted is not so good. In fact, I witnessed an accident at the junction of Nicolson Street and West Crosscauseway, where a blind lady with a guide dog was knocked over by a car, and this is because of a poor design issue. This has been noted and recorded with the appropriate authorities. So, you know, this is why I'm concerned about, you know, the premise of an idea under the TRO. You know, the great care has to be exercised in, you know, in then going forward and in terms of design. So I'm just flagging that up as an issue. Here we are with a blind a lady with a guide dog was knocked over by a car, and fortunately she wasn't badly injured. I had to retrieve the dog, which ran off, and she was very distressed. So, you know, this is not a sort of light-hearted issue, and also the, you know, I understand it's, you know, we want to encourage cyclists in the city. I'm also a cyclist, as well as a pedestrian and a driver, and you know, there is an issue about how that is sort of how it's controlled and manifest in a sort of in a safe way, and I think the council does need to listen to consultation properly on that.
Okay. Before I go to the other parties, Ms. Pope, then I think your colleague Mr. Cuthell referred earlier on to the Edinburgh Access Panel. So I presume then there will be further dialogue with the Access Panel in terms of how this space is ultimately design in terms of paving details, street furniture, etc., which was not really before me. But could you just expand on that? I mean, I presume you will be having further dialogue with the likes of the access panel.
Yes, definitely. It's part of the process, and we have had two kind of key sessions with the access panel so far, and I think I mentioned earlier, as part of the design process going forward, a formal equality impact assessment will be developed, and it's provided to Sustrans as part of the project development process. So consultation through the design stage is certainly something that's encouraged, and we will embrace fully going forward. And in some senses, what I've just described to you in terms of this approach to developing a kind of continuous cycle route that basically runs around the edge of the space was developed in response to some of the concerns that were raised by the access panel in our previous discussions, because as I say, it was seen as a way of encouraging cyclists to take a route that didn't put them in immediate and obvious conflict with pedestrians. And I suppose the only other point I was going to come back to in terms of designing for guide dogs, and obviously picking up the point that Gordon was making. What we've done is we've taken out the curbs that currently sit around the traffic island, and on that along the curb line of the north edge of the road that's in front of the church there. We are putting back at all of our edges, so edges of roads and edges of cycle lanes, a curb, and I think I mentioned to the height that we have been advised by Guide Dogs for the Blind it is legible for guide dogs. So certainly very aware of those issues and taking those on board.
Sorry, could you just clarify where those are going to be going in, please? Sorry, you just mentioned it briefly.
The curbs.
Yes, you're taking curbs out around the triangle and in front of the church.
Yes, taking out the existing curbs. I suppose the edge, the section of road that we are removing, which are currently covered in yellow on the drawing we're looking at, and then curbs are going back along all of the edges of roads and along all the edges of our our cycleways.
Okay.
Now, to be clear, actually, apologies, they will be going along the edge of the contraflow cycle lane, but actually on Buccleuch Street, probably the detail of that is yet to be agreed with Sustrans. I think previously we were talking about keeping those lanes on road at the same level, but I think we're mindful of the fact that this design was developed a few years ago, and some of the thinking in terms of the design of cycle routes on roads is kind of changing as we move forward. I mean, Alan, I don't know if you've got any more thoughts on the cycle lanes on Chapel Street and whether or not they would actually be edged with a low curb or not.
Again, as you say, the design itself is a number of years old now, and I think we're all conscious that many design proposals and attitudes have maybe changed over the last 12 months, in particular 18 months, as spaces for people and various other schemes have been implemented on a very condensed timescale. Again, it's open absolutely to further discussion with Sustrans and the access panel, and just find the solution. Again, touching on Gordon's comments about actually consulting and listening to all sides and making sure that whatever design details and decisions are taken are the ones that work for all the users that we hope to aid.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Dunlop. Can I just bring in, I'm conscious to bring in some of the other parties as well. Could I just quickly touch on Mrs. McDowell? You've got your hand up there. Could you want to just make a comment on that? And then I'll bring Ms. Wober in after that.
Okay. For about 35 years, we have been training guide dogs. If my husband moves the camera across, you will, well, here we are. Here we have Harris, who's a 9-month-old guide dog pup. Okay?
First time a dog has appeared at a hearing, but there you go.
Okay?
Very well behaved, actually.
I also have plenty of friends who are blind. I have friends who are deaf and blind.
Yeah.
And they will all tell you they avoid shared surfaces. And what is apparently being proposed in this yellow triangle is a shared surface where cyclists are free to cycle amongst pedestrians. You might say they're not being encouraged, but the legal status of that area would apparently be that cyclists can cycle there. And if you're saying cyclists can cycle there, you will be facilitating it by making it easy for them to do so. So you're making it a no-go area for most blind people and most guide dog users. I will avoid it like the plague, even with training my guide dog pups. And so will all the other blind people that I know, even wary of the meadows where the cycling is specific to one side, because they just find it scary having fast cyclists nearby. And you've, Mr. Fleming, you've seen what the access panel have written. They are not at all happy about this. However much consultation meetings may have happened in the past, they stand by their objections. You've read it. There's no need for me to spell it all out again.
I think, Mr. Cuthell, can I just bring you in on this point? We touched on it earlier on this morning, but you have
Yes.
dialogue with them, haven't you?
Yes, Chair, I have, and you know, we've always we've had sort of two main sort of design discussions with with the Edinburgh Access Panel, but again we've committed to further dialogue with them once we have the outcome of this. But they've written to me to acknowledge that they're happy with that approach. I was also just going to briefly add as well that we've had quite a lot of discussions with Spokes, which are obviously a cycling organisation within the city and a keen advocate for obviously cycling within the city. And again, you know, we've gone through the details with them, and also again committed to further dialogue with them following the outcome of today.
Before, I'd like to obviously, Ms. Wober, I'm sure you'd want to say something as well on this, but before we do that, could I just go back to Ms. Pope on those points raised by Mrs. McDowell in terms of her concerns about this conflict with cyclists on the triangle area. Have you got anything further that you'd want to add, perhaps to address some of the concerns that Ms. McDowell's mentioned?
To be honest, I think what you're raising is a concern of well, I think you described it as a shared space, didn't you? Yeah, and areas where I suppose in some senses large numbers of cyclists and pedestrians are mixing together, and I would agree. I think there is a conflict there that, from a design point of view, it is difficult to address. I suppose in this proposal, I kind of come back to our response, which is to encourage cyclists to use the outer edges of the space and really discourage cyclists from using the center of that space, and making it, I mean, in terms of materials, etc. If a cyclist is cycling across that space, it is going to be clear that it's it's a material that is different to the cycle route. So again, it's kind of signalling that this is a space that is essentially for use for pedestrians. And I think from a design point of view, that is what our solution to this is. Other than I mean, the only other way of doing it is actually having, I suppose, what we're talking about is not having cyclists on that central space.
Thank you for that, Ms. Pope. Ms. Wogo, have you got any comments on these issues that have been raised in this section?
Thank you. Yes, I do. So I just wanted to repeat what I just heard Steve Cuthill saying, which is some obviously there's a risk some cyclists will enter the public realm triangle. And then what I heard Jan Pope saying, where pedestrians and cyclists are mixing, that's the highest area of risk. So I also heard Jan Pope saying, if you want, cyclists will be encouraged to use the edges of the road. So what I want to say is, you have the opportunity here to create a design that works, but it looks like, having taken the move of blocking off the top of the triangle to vehicle access, we're agreed. It's a positive move because it increases the public realm. Then, as Hilary and Philip have both pointed out, there are numerous annotations all over the yellow area of hatching saying things like footway to cycle track and carriageway to cycle track. So if you actually look at that drawing, there's actually, the hatching changes. There's horizontal hatching in the yellow and there's diagonal hatching in the yellow. So it looks to me is that there's a diagonal, very wide sweeping route that is specifically encouraging cyclists to turn left earlier and swoop across that, reach West Crosscauseway, instead of bothering to go downhill, then make a hairpin turn. So what I want to say is, if you want to encourage cyclists to use the edges of the road, make a cycle track at the edge of the road and do not encourage them across the triangle, which you have just gracefully made larger for pedestrians, because it is extremely obvious that you have plenty of scope to be able to design this. So by impeding vehicles from going in the top of there, you can make a cycle path at the edge of the road as wide anywhere you like for cyclists to then turn left into West Crosscauseway. But you haven't done that, because what I'm learning from what Jan Pope and people have told me beforehand, the eastbound cyclists along West Crosscauseway are supposed to be magically in line with the traffic, and it's only the contraflow westbound cyclists that get a cycle path. Now, as a cyclist, I know what it feels like to ride squarely at my speed in front of a van who's revving behind me, who beeps me, who accelerates round, winds down the window in order to swear at me. I know what it feels like to be cut up by a bus, to have them beep me. I know what it feels like to maintain my ground. And when I'm cycling with my child, I don't have the leisure to choose to cycle in line with the traffic. I want a segregated cycle path. You have the scope to design that here. It is not something that can be sorted out in the detail. I'm hearing the word design talked about by Steve Cuthill and by Jan Pope, as if it's some magical thing we can pop on and sprinkle on after the TRO is passed. But what I have also heard is that in the last 12 months and in the last, in fact, more than the pandemic in the 12 months, the attitudes towards pedestrian space and stuff has changed. So it's almost as like, okay, if we pass this old TRO, we'll then redesign it because it no longer makes sense. But what I'm saying is the TRO that we're even looking at doesn't make sense, because gravity exists. This is a downhill slope for a left turning cyclist. You can't, if you really want to not have them turn left across that space, you can easily do it by drawing out a cycle lane on the road, which then turns left into West Crosscauseway. It's perfectly possible. Gordon and I have designed it years ago and shown it to you. Nobody's allowing us to show our drawings right now, so we're just having to describe it through words. But what I want to say is, Design is not words. Design is not promises. Design is something which involves 3D objects and where they're put. And those things make a difference to our lives because they then control and determine what we can intuitively do and what we are told to do. But talking about surfaces, even level changes, which I know are important, talking about we'll work it out in the detail. It doesn't work if the bones of the design are wrong and are increasing a risk, which is exactly what this does. And we haven't even talked about the loading spaces. So we're extremely happy to have well-functioning businesses around us, the Chinese shop and the bar. You know, they have, they can put tables out, people can be merry, it's nice. But it looks like you've actually created a curb for the bar people to step down upon when they don't actually need to. But anyway, that's a minor detail which I've only just noticed. But both those businesses are entitled to want to load up their kegs and their supplies. And what Gordon and myself have been saying is, please locate part of your beautiful, massive main streets for loading bays. Do not try to put a loading bay on a side street and then ask the drayman to roll the barrels about 20 meters up a hill. Don't ask the drayman to park in front of the Greek church and roll the barrels across the road, across 2 bus lanes. It's not going to happen. We showed you a scheme where you can have loading and parking on the southeast corner of that triangle and pedestrians in the triangle and not cyclists. And I'm a cyclist. I can responsibly travel through pedestrians if I have to, but I do not think it's a good design. Thank you.
Okay, that's noted, Ms. Wober. I'm conscious that we're straying into topics that are on the next item on the agenda, and we will come to those. But just in terms of, we've talked about pedestrians and cyclists in this space, and Ms. Pope, you've touched on this as a subject in terms of the existing uses, but could you just perhaps just expand a little bit more on that? So we have obviously the church on the triangle, and then we have the business, the 56 North, just next to that. Could you just expand on in terms of those spaces outside those uses, and I suppose I'm trying to get at here is you know, that they'll be able to continue. I know the church had some concerns historically about how this space is to be used and how that would affect them in terms of weddings and funerals, etc. But could you just expand a little bit more in terms of the thinking in terms of how those uses can continue without being impeded too much?
Yeah, well, I think certainly the concerns of the church was probably to do with that they welcomed the kind of increased kind of spill out usable space to the front of the church, but they did recognise the fact that they would be needing close by kind of drop off for hearses, wedding cars, etc.
Yeah.
Which has led to the introduction of the loading, basically the loading bay at the bottom of that triangle. So we had quite a lot of dialogue with them, and this solution was one that was felt to address their kind of access requirements and their needs from that point of view. In terms of 56 North, the kind of main issue in terms of usability, I don't think they had any, in terms of using external space, they didn't have any particular impediments other than obviously if the pedestrian space was increased in width, then that would remove some of the kind of pinch point that there is for pedestrians at the moment as they move around the outdoor seating space. So improving width to that area was seen to be of benefit. The Greek church opposite, their main issue was to do with loading, which we're going to move on and talk to. But again, I think they saw opportunities for kind of connecting to the triangle and making use of that space as well.
Okay, Thank you. Mr. Duffy, I'm conscious that you're representing other parties here today, and I think one of those is the business 56 North. Is that correct?
Well, of course, that is correct. In the
Did you have any comments then in terms of the points that have been raised in front of this item?
There are obviously on the business there is a tenant, and also then there's the owner. So so on that, I'm representing the owner because tenants potentially can come and go over time. So as the owner is the owner of probably the largest owner of licensed premises in Edinburgh, that's Caledonian Heritable. They're not happy about sort of being very distant from the properties, because it's obviously is quite difficult, not only moving barrels around, but also then deliveries every day of fresh food and vegetables. So it's kind of there is an issue there for them. And just one other thing I would mention on the thing of the management of the space in terms of cyclists, that I think because we've spoken about turning cyclists navigating around and about the space, that personally I think maintaining an east-west design and orientation would improve the transition for cyclists turning north and south out of West Crosscauseway, because one of the issues you have in trying to ask cyclists to behave with the current design is you've got a kind of an acute angle at the junction if you're going west east. So obviously if it's reversed, there actually is an easier transition where the path could actually go around the edge, a curved edge of the causey. That's all I've got to say on that point.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much for that. I think I've got all the points that are raised that I'm aware of, and that's been really useful on that item. I know we've strayed into the following item about proposed loading bay provision and locations, but I wonder could we turn to that now actually. Obviously we've got really this point is about the adequacy of loading bays and are their locations appropriate. So I'd like to explore those issues with parties as part of this item. I'm just looking at my notes because obviously some of the issues have been raised already and have been addressed. So I initially had a comment about the loading bay in front of the Greek church. So does this conflict with where pedestrian congregations would naturally congregate? So could we turn to the TRO drawing? That's perhaps the best one to use for this, because this obviously identifies the locations of the loading bays. And I'm conscious people have commented as well on the adequacy of these bays as well. But if we could turn to we could take them in turn, I think that's probably the easiest thing. So we could take the one next to the Greek church or just in front of it. Could I just ask parties for their views on the provision there and whether that will help or hinder the use at that side of the street? So could I go to the council first? I don't know if that's Mr. Pope or if that's Mr. Cuthell.
I probably defer to Alan initially and then probably across to Jan just to cover the sort of design, again, the design elements, but also, I know there's been some discussion already about the dialogue that we've had with the churches, but it might be worth expanding on that a bit as well. So.
Thank you. Again, looking at the design drawings, the one outside the Greek Orthodox was, well, for the obvious reasons that the church was being developed as this design was being taken through its own development. And similarly, the the tenement properties on the west side of Chapel Street and Buccleuch Street as you come down. They currently aren't best served because of the competing priorities on that main arterial route with the quality bike corridor and the main bus route. So it was as part of the design to narrow the main carriageway, widen the pedestrian widths available, and shorten the distances to the new public realm spaces that are proposed, was still to maintain some loading and unloading facility for them, which is indeed it includes the loading bay, sorry, to the south as well, just at the pedestrian crossing at Buccleuch Place as well. So again, it was just to try and accommodate as much of the on-street loading for both the church and the tenement properties, and again coupled with the wider pedestrian areas available and narrowing that main carriageway, it was the best fit in the spaces available while still maintaining the on-street facilities for both pedestrians and leaving a feasible bus route to operate on that reduced carriageway width.
Okay, that's good. That's very helpful, because my next question was going to be, what was the thinking behind the new loading bay, at the corner of Buccleuch Place? And I think you've answered that question. So I think if we can take this one on its own and just go around the parties, and then we can come back to the others, because I think otherwise we'll just get confused. So who would Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, could I go to you first on this point? Do you have any comments about the provision of the loading bay outside the Greek church?
Not the one about, no, not the one outside the Greek church.
Your
no.
concern is about the one on West Crosscauseway, so we can come to that in a minute. But could I then go through the parties? Has anybody else got anything? Mr. Duffy or Miss Wober, sorry, have you got some comments on that?
Yes, it's just that in the day of walking, cycling, taking the bus to things, it seems extremely counterintuitive to widen the pavement to about 5 meters south of the church, north of the church, and then yet where people walk in and out of the church, there's no widened pavement, and also there's no bus stop, and there's just going to be cars parked. So it seems to be in the wrong place for encouraging a future sustainable coming to and fro of church. If there needs to be a bay for all the events where you need cars, maybe put it to the side rather than clog up where people want to congregate and chat.
Sorry, when you say put it to the side, where do you mean?
Well, we have the Greek church. I haven't thought about it so terribly much. The Greek church has now got a loading bay for cars right outside the entrance, but people might want to gather right outside the entrance. And instead they're going to be gathering just north of it where the pavement's considerably wider, and just south of it where the pavement is considerably wider. So in one of those north or south parts, maybe there could be a loading bay, but I don't see the point of making it right in front of where people who are out of their cars and just in the outside want to wait. And also, can I just say, this also makes a nonsense of the lanes which have been put in with the bollards, so that making too much space for pedestrians there means that cyclists don't have a lane any longer, which they currently enjoy at that place. So as we know, things have happened in the last 12 months that perhaps negate this design anyway.
Mr. Dunlop, do you want to come back on that?
Well, from just site observations, there is a double-length bus stop immediately to the north, and the geometry of the street does start to narrow at that point as you head further north. So at that, the area directly outside the church gives the widest possible, or the opportunity to widen the footway to its maximum, still leave a fairly straight approach for drivers entering or exiting these loading bays, and they're not too near the bend in the road at Buccleuch as it comes up. So I absolutely accept it's directly outside the church, but again, the church does have fairly large available spaces within the boundary, and by allowing maintaining the wider areas to the north and the south of it, it seems to be the best fit for that particular stretch. Just the best place to accommodate it, without then taking away the double bus stop facility, which is directly to the north.
Best place for it if the cars are a priority and not the pedestrians and the cyclists.
Or potentially loading for the church itself.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. I think the key concern were around the loading bay on West Crosscauseway. So could we turn to that one now? So the implications of that for servicing local businesses. I think this is a point that Miss Wober made about draymen rolling the barrels up the hill to this destination. And I think the point was made whether other suitable alternatives for loading, i.e. on the main road as per we have at the minute with Nicolson Street. So could we just go to this particular one? So this is the loading bay on West Crosscauseway. Could I ask Mr. Dunlop to give some explanation as to how this has come about as a location and how appropriate it is for the proposals?
Well, again, from my recollections of the numerous meetings we held with different parties especially on the approaches on Chapel Street, it was felt that to provide, again, with the bus stop locations as they are, the geometry as you come down the hill, was it wise to then try and accommodate two sets of loading bays directly opposite each other, bus stops being where they are, again, maintaining or recognising and trying to maintain the cycle facilities on street. Did we want to then put all the access directly from the main road, or does that then hinder people who are residents in the street, people who live in the street, people who are trying to access business in the street, and recognising the needs of the church as well? Albeit a limited size bay on West Crosscauseway, it does provide access to a number of premises, but also gives that flexibility for the church for vehicles coming and going, and any parishioners or wedding cars, etc. It's, again, through much discussion, it seemed to be the most logical place to put it if we were trying to maintain loading within the street, and just give that facility or give that option for those looking to access either premises or residential properties in the street.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, have you got some comments on this? I think you had in your objections. Did you want to make any points on this?
Our concern really is the deliveries to the shops on West Crosscauseway is, well, what currently happens is the lorries stop outside the shops, whether they're allowed to or not. And I don't see them using that loading bay unless there's some improved method of enforcement of the rules.
Traffic wardens will tell us that they are not allowed to just stand and watch a vehicle. They can try it, asking them to move on, but if they don't, well, they have an area to cover. They're not allowed to just sort of stand there and watch them.
Okay. Well, in that case, sorry, just to interrupt, but Mr. Dunlop, could you perhaps answer that question then? So if this loading bay is at the sort of start of the street, if you like, but as Mr. and Mrs. McDowell have mentioned, lorries perhaps will just ignore that and carry on into West Crosscauseway. What about in terms of sort of policing this or enforcing the use of this? What sort of reassurances could the council give in terms of this being used and avoiding West Crosscauseway being clogged up with HGVs?
Yes, I think currently those vehicles that access the properties on the north side of West Crosscauseway, they're currently occupying permanent parking bays, resident parking bays at the moment. The proposal is to put double yellows and double blips down, so there'll be a 24-hour restriction on any loading and unloading at that point. So again, if wardens are passing by, they absolutely can take action.
Right, okay. And so you think that's part of the problem at the present time? Mr. and Mrs. McDowell have explained that because there's resident parking in that location, that's why that's being used.
Yeah, it's probably viewed as a soft option by those, I'm just loading and unloading, so it's not so much of an issue. I know just again from street view images that they are occupying them, but they do appear to keep clear of the double yellows and double blips, which you know, at the junction entrance from.
Okay. So I'm conscious Miss Wober wants to come in, but Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, did you want to come back on those points that Mr. Dunlop has made
Well,
before I get to Miss Wober?
we see the people parked on the double yellow, not just on the double yellow, they bump up onto the pavement. And at times 2 lorries parked on pavement. I also don't see that we've already seen the traffic movement pictures in the documents that show that in order to even get into those loading bays, if they chose to, the one outside the church, these vehicles would be impinging across cycle lanes and so on, just even trying to access in and out. It's not going to be an easy manoeuvre for them to get into it, is it? Especially HGVs.
And particularly with the bend in the road immediately afterwards, coming out, difficult.
I think that's a point we'll come on to later on, actually, in terms of road geometry, but I note that point. I'm conscious Miss Wober, and then we'll go to Mr. Duffy. Miss Wober, do you have any points?
Thanks very much. I think people need to know what happens on a daily basis and has been happening for years. So can you see where it's marked 10 onto the area hatched green? So the area hatched green ambitiously says carriageway to footway. So those
Sorry, Miss Wober, could you just bear with me while I get that drawing?
Yeah, I've had it open all the time whilst we've been talking. It's the one on page 4 you mentioned.
Yeah, got that.
So the Chinese shop is located roughly where number 10 is written, so on the north side of West Crosscauseway. And it's not the lorries that park in the area called number 10 now. It is the residents parking. There are 75 dwellings on the street, and there are kind of 2.5 resident parking spaces in the space which is now named carriageway to footway. So what happens for the lorries loading to the Chinese shop is they come up on the pavement on the south side of the street. So the problem which I've been highlighting to the council for like more than a decade is that it's very difficult for residents coming out of all the properties on the south side of the streets. You step out with your child in their scooter and there's literally a wall of like a canyon wall of a massive delivery lorry with wheels taller than your child up on the pavement about sort of half a meter from your nose. So the place where the delivery people park, like 2 of them, as Hilary is saying, is on the south side of West Crosscauseway. So this area marked number 10, carriageway to footway, they can't park there because their residents park there, which is fair enough. And so now what will happen is the lorries will come in from the west and they'll go and park on the area number 10 called carriage to footway for as long as they can until they're shooed off. So what you're designing is a really nice wide footway in an extremely dark and dingy street will just become a loading bay. So you're basically legitimizing the loading bay that's happening on the street. The loading for the pub 56 North, what they could do these days is just use the road, because the top of that triangle is currently road, as we know, which we'd all like to turn into a nice pedestrian area. So what they do is they stop in that road, and what they often do, so that's where they park in that road and they unload up there on the top of it where it's labeled number 4. What they normally do is reverse into where it's labeled number 14, just up onto the nice big chunk of pavement right in front of the children at the bus stop. So they normally just park right up there in between the areas labeled 3 and 14. That's where they want to unload because they got a pub and they want to get their stuff into there. So the solution, what we have always really craved and would like to have, is for Nicolson Street and Buccleuch Street to have very well designed loading bays so that they can use the very short distance between Nicolson Street and the Chinese shop, or between Buccleuch Street and the pub, to unload, and to not permit West Crosscauseway to be used for vehicles doing rubbish collections and deliveries. Use the main streets, please. So unfortunately, what this scheme does is create a lovely wide area of pavement for the lorry to use more easily.
I'll bring Mr. Duffy in if he's got any points after. I just go back to Mr. Dunlop quickly. So Mr. Dunlop, do you have any comments to make in terms of Ms. Werber's comments there?
Again, on the widening through.
Oh, sorry, can I Sorry, can I just quickly interrupt there? So
Yeah, of
obviously
course.
there's this concern about you know, area 10 on the plan will just simply become another parking area for HGVs. But are there any sort of reassurances that you can give, or the council can give, in terms of how this area could be policed?
I suppose with the double yellow lines and the double blips, it is absolutely prohibited. And again, is any design able to withstand vehicles choosing to mount the footway when there's no bollards to stop them? You know, it's again, I don't mean to undermine the whole design process, but this is exactly, you know, we design around the parameters we have, and by putting in the double yellows and the double blips, we are clearly defining where they can't stop. If drivers choose to do so, then that's an issue that has to be addressed. But again, it's short of putting bollards on every stretch. There's a limited scope to what you can do to absolutely physically stop them. And if it's recognizing that they need that access, there is a loading bay in Nicolson Street, which again adheres to the desires to see them loading and unloading on the main streets. And the issue, again, I didn't touch on it earlier, but it seems a good enough time to mention it now, is to try and restrict all larger vehicles, be them large goods or heavy goods, in West Crosscauseway would require another environmental order to ban any vehicle over a certain weight. So that again would have a knock-on effect for access to and from the community centre, I think, which accesses up the lane, and any deliveries that residents may have in the street. You know, if there is simply no access for vehicles over a certain weight, then that impacts on everyone. You know, it then just allows private vehicles and cyclists and pedestrians to use it. So it effectively outlaws loading at that point. If we want to maintain loading at that east end in front of the Chinese and before the pub, again, it's directly adjacent to where we're hoping to have the movement of cyclists and pedestrians facilitated. So again, weighing up all the options we had at that time, this felt again like the best. I'm going to use the word compromise because that's exactly what it was. It led us to this compromise of where can we place a loading bay that has the minimum of impact to those pedestrians and cyclists who are seeking to use the street, and still try and identify areas where we can allow loading, or just again provide that space for loading to take place. Again, we have the option on Nicolson Street. We now have the one on East Crosscauseway, and we have the ones on that west side of Chapel Street. Again, it's just trying to come up with the best spread of loading bays we possibly could in the space available.
Mr. Duffy, did you have anything further to add on this particular subject?
Yes, just to say that yeah, so the loading bay proposed at the causey is, I mean, it is much in a location that I previously suggested, but for...
Sorry, could you just repeat that point, Mr. Duffy? Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, there is much in a location that I'd suggested before but for residents, the free church and the disabled. But that's kind of predicated on a sort of maintaining an east-west route, i.e. not the current TRO, and not for HGV use. I mean, I think I disagree with Mr. Dunlop. I think you can serve the street from each end of West Crosscauseway, and rather than having some environmental order, which, you know, could potentially be explored, I think you could just restrict the width of vehicles at each end of West Crosscauseway, so they could not actually traverse in, they couldn't turn in, and they can use the, you know, bin collection and large deliveries can be done from the loading bay on Nicolson Street and a sort of a loading bay at the causey on the sort of far side of the triangle on the west side. I mean, it's he mentioned compromises, of course.
What about,
there's always going to be compromises.
Just on that point then, Mr. Duffy,
Yeah.
what about when you talk about restricting the width of vehicles, what about, say, fire engines having to access Crosscauseway? What would you say to that?
I would say that obviously fire access needs to be maintained, but I think there's a difference between turning an articulated vehicle into the street and a fire engine. I think there's a bit of a difference there in my sort of opinion of how they're managed. And of course, you know, bollards also equals clutter, but it certainly is a way of preserving the footway and preventing vehicles from parking on the footway. So rather than relying on the good nature of drivers not parking on a double yellow line, which in itself is a bit of clutter. I was just going to mention one other thing briefly.
Sure,
on
yep.
the church loading bay. My view is it could just be, it could be for the Greek church, could be a little bit further to the south, rather than being, you know, symmetrical to the church. I would say is a first base solution. It doesn't need to be in the middle. And if you think having a loading bay a little bit further south is closer to the causey turn, then by implication the zebra crossing at the north shouldn't be where it is either. So anyway, that's my opinion on those on the loading bays. But I think it's all about, for me, it would kind of be easier to manage if an east-west route was maintained.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, everybody. Has anybody else got any comments on that item before we move on to item 4? Mrs. McDowell?
Just to say, I don't understand why the council has such an abhorrence of bollards, because they really do deter vehicles from parking on pavements. So if you want to stop them parking on pavements, put bollards in. They're not particularly expensive, and vehicles don't want to get damage their own infrastructure by hitting a bollard, and it does really make a difference. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Dunlop, did you have any comments on that at all? I know you've touched on
Yeah,
it briefly.
it is a difficult one because exactly that the only surefire way to protect any area of footway or any area where you don't wish drivers to mount is to make it physically impossible to do so. Is that really where we want to be going with all design? Certainly the servicing requirements of West Crosscauseway, especially as we've touched upon with the refuse vehicles, there is going to be a rationalisation, obviously, of on-street bins as well, on-street collection, or the shared bins that are currently in place, just again to try and simplify the uplift requirements of the vehicles as they come through. So again, whether there are going to be a bin stores or any areas immediately outside the Chinese shop is again open to scope and open to development. It's all open to discussion on how best we manage the spaces available. But again, if we're looking to promote that wider footway on both sides of West Crosscauseway, and I just don't think that in this case and in this fairly tight and fairly canyon-like, as has been touched upon before, I just don't think that bollards are something that we'd hope to encourage. You know, if it's a last gasp, then fine, but it's something personally, and I think in limited spaces like these, when we're trying to maximize open space, that's not something we should be too quick to decide on.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. Excuse me. I think I've got sufficient information on that item, so I'm happy to move on. I'm conscious of the time, 10 to 1, and I know it said originally we'd break at 1 o'clock. I think we have dealt with the sort of the main issues. Oh, sorry, Miss Lecky. You put your need to unmute.
Yeah, I've been so absorbed listening to everybody, I didn't realise I was on mute.
Sorry.
In the technical discussions that we've had so far, I just want to go back to the existing uses of the causey just before we finish. And I don't want people to lose sight of what we originally intended with the causey, and that was to create a welcoming, attractive place to be in and not just to go through. I mean, when we transformed the causey in 2007 into the lovely tropical island, and the reaction of local people was such that it inspired us to form the Causey Development Trust. Back in that time, I think we were focused on an event space. We thought that it would make a wonderful event space. And in fact, we've had a number of events. But as time has gone on, especially during COVID-19, the need for better streets and better places for people to be in and to walk through has become very much a necessity. So that, bearing in mind vehicle dominance, we've lost such a lot in terms of public spaces and streets because of vehicle dominance. And what we're trying to do with the causey is to redress that balance in favour of people who walk and cycle, but allow for different kind of use of motor vehicles. That's what we need to hope for. We need to be optimistic about the future, and I think that's what the causey does. And I think it exemplifies the desire of many people to create better places and better streets that don't always allow themselves to be dominated by vehicles. So the causey should be a lovely place to be in, as well as a place to be through, to go through.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Licky, for that. Those comments. I'm conscious of the time. I know I'd said 1 o'clock for a break, 1 till 1:30. I don't know how parties feel about continuing. We're on to item 4 now, and I think the items that we've discussed were the ones that sort of were the main ones, whether we're sort of more objections, if you like, and more detailed comments. So I don't know how parties feel about continuing on. I'm just conscious if we break and then we just come back for a shorter period. But I mean, I'm open to views on whether we continue. We just keep going, or would parties prefer to just break at 1 o'clock? I don't know if anybody has any comments on that.
Happy to keep going.
Yep, happy here.
Yeah. Can I just get a sort of show of hands, please, if people are just happy to continue? Yeah. Miss Wober? No.
I think maybe it's better we have a break anyway, Andrew.
Okay.
I think just to.
Absolutely, that's fine. That's not a problem at all. So actually, this is probably quite a good time to stop now. So we're just at this sort of, we're moving on to item 4. So if we break now, come back at 12:30, if that's all right with everybody, and then we'll take it from there. But thank you very much for your time so far. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Hmm?
Very conflict, not related to the question. I think it's going to solve some other.
Well, that's good.
Something.
Good afternoon, everybody. If we just give it another minute or so until the other parties join, if that's okay. Can I just check, is that everybody back attending? Mr. Blomai, is he attending or is he? There's Mr. Cuthell.
I'm here. I think Alistair's been having connection issues.
I'm here. Yeah.
All right. So, sorry, can I just check, Mr. Blarmire, you're able to hear, but we can't see you at the minute, is that?
All right. I was
Are you
on.
okay? Sorry?
Can you see me now?
No, I mean, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Are you okay if we proceed
Yep, sure.
on that basis?
Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, sort of, well, welcome back, everybody. Thanks very much. I'll make it just after past. So if we can just carry on where we left off with the hearing, and that was on to item 4 on the agenda, which regards with regards to proposed permit holder parking spaces. I've got the plan which shows the existing restrictions at West Crosscauseway. So obviously there are permit holder parking places on West Crosscauseway itself, and obviously outside the church on the triangle there. And the proposal is to remove these from that location and to relocate them to Buccleuch Place. And that will be 6 permit holder parking bays. There'll be a change from public parking to 6 permit holder parking bays. I'm conscious that a lot of objections refer to the council losing revenue by undertaking this or making this proposal. I mean, obviously that's not something I can concern myself with today or indeed in any of the reports. Really, on this topic, I'm really interested in the thoughts of parties on the location and the provision. So I don't know if I could start with the council. I don't know, Mr. Cuthell, would it be yourself that would start with that, just to give us a bit of background in terms of how this has come about as part of the proposal?
Thanks, Chair. Yes, myself, and I'll probably pass to Alan as well, just in terms of understanding the kind of some of the aspects of it as well. But as you pointed out, yes, there's 6 existing spaces within West Crosscauseway, and we're proposing 6 resident bays within at the end point of Buccleuch Place, which is about 100 metres roughly distant from the current locations. Probably in some ways maybe a better provision. I know obviously you mentioned revenue loss. We are, you know, we're content with that revenue loss with regards to the overall scheme as a consideration as part of the scheme. But I'll pass to Alan with regards to sort of the sort of traffic movement that we would, you know, we're looking for in terms of how residents can access those spaces and some of the routes that they would take on the basis of the scheme. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Thanks, Chair. Yep, it's pretty much as Stephen touched on there. It was identifying the nearest possible existing spaces and repurposing them as residential only bays. Just trying to balance up that number straight 6 for 6 and make them as close to that West Crosscauseway as we possibly could. Again, it was part of our ongoing design process, whereby coming from the parking bays, you could still access along West Crosscauseway if you had to pick up anybody on the street corner or drop them off. And similarly introduced that gyratory movement whereby they would just head north up to West Nicolson Street and come back down, you know, for ease of parking. It opens up parking or access to the parking from both directions on Chapel Street and Buccleuch Street. And it's really as simple as that. It was the nearest possible area we could identify for residential parking.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dunlop. Can I then open that out to the other parties then in terms of any thoughts or comments they have on the proposals? Ms. Wober, can I go to you first on that? Do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. So as a resident who's twice been, well, as I've said, my cycling is my preferred method of choice, and then walking, and then driving, and then bus, but whatever. So, I mean, twice I've been driven to hospital in labour to give birth from this address. That's been very convenient for me and very necessary. Also, I know somebody who's had 2 hip replacement operations in the same year on this street, and I have helped with the driving around, which has been necessary there. So I would look at it as, you know, this street has 75 dwellings on it, and East Crosscauseway perhaps the same. And yet, you know, if we look around, other streets, side streets like this, have dwellings on them where local people live. And yet this is the only one that's getting all the resident spaces taken away. It doesn't seem to make sense to me. And what it seems to be, the suggestion is there in my head that removing resident spaces might assuage the guilt of people who drive around, but it doesn't stop West Crosscauseway being used by cars as the parking lot for choice by anybody who wants to stop at the shop and buy something, or stop and make deliveries before they drive away. And we all know that West Crosscauseway is used a lot like that. And actually quite frequently residents aren't able to use the space because people without tickets are using it temporarily, and then you wait and use it. So I think it seems to be unfairly singling out this street. And by the way, it's further than 100 meters away, the Buccleuch ones, and that's just rededicating visitor spaces. It's not actually new spaces. So I think it is a gesture and not one which fits with people's lives who are attempting to use sustainable travel.
Okay. Did you clarify the distance, actually, Mr. Dunlop?
If we're taking like from there are properties more east, like at the east end of West Crosscauseway, like number, if you remind me, Gordon, the number of oh, Daniel, who you're representing, for example, who feels very passionately about this.
23.
Number 23. So that's the far east end of West Crosscauseway.
I'm sorry for the exact distances from each end of the street to hand, but I fully accept if there's a residential property at the east end, you are going to have the length of the street plus the distance from the west end down to Buccleuch, please.
Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, have you got comments on this topic?
No, we don't have any comment about this aspect.
Mr. Duffy?
Well, the only thing I would say is, again, for me, it's kind of predicated on the orientation of the route. So I think it's possible to have, with an east-west route, you could have permit holder space, church space, and or disabled at the causey in lieu of a HGV loading bay, because as far as I can see it, there isn't really any control of the number and size of vehicles in the TRO scheme, and it would be possible whether maintaining, say, the east-west orientation having some permanent space at the end, because that could also serve the church and the disabled. So I don't see it as particularly being a sort of great value thing for the council to do in terms of losing income, which I know you say is not relevant for your overview. That's fine, but it is a space at the moment that is ostensibly put down as a loading bay, and I'm just saying that could be permit space, church space, and disabled in lieu of an HGV loading bay. That's probably all I would say.
I mean, I'm conscious, obviously, the loading bays are providing access for disabled parking. Mr. Dunlop, do you have a comment on that?
There are, I do accept the comments if you're saying that, you know, what spaces are being provided are provided some distance away. There are bays available on Nicolson Street, opposite on the east side of the carriageway, opposite the loading bay that we're proposing. Much of the business on that east end should be using. Similarly, there are local bays on St Patrick's Square, but again, they are they are some distance from the East End, but not as far away as Buccleuch Place. So again, as part of the ongoing discussion and consultation beyond this hearing, there is scope to discuss with our parking colleagues, so whether these existing visitor spaces can be repurposed as dual purpose for residents after a certain time, and still open to public use during the day. So very much a kind of dual purpose space. But that would just be recognising, in addition to the 6 that we're all already proposing to provide in Buccleuch Place. So it would only ever be more than what we're providing, rather than limiting back or taking these 6 away and trying to accommodate elsewhere. But it's, again, it was just arrived at to try and maintain the 6 spaces in the immediate area. And I do accept the distances involved, particularly from the East End. But it was, again, back to compromise again of what space we had available to try and maintain wider footways, cycle facilities, narrow down the carriageway to change the overall feel of the area you're driving through, rather than just a road. And how that's coupled together, trying to make best use of that road space, the complete road space, and trying to accommodate parking on it. It wasn't felt as if we could do so successfully.
Ms. Werber, do you have any more comments on that?
It's very briefly. It's just to say, with parking bays removed, then what will happen is that other vehicles will carry on their practice of fly parking here at any time, whilst residents who continue to pay are continuing to paying but losing the right to park there. So it's a bit of a slap in the face for the residents who pay to park there and watch everybody else parking there, which they will continue to do for long or short periods, and yet it's more distant for the residents. So as Gordon has pointed out, there is perfect scope to include on the south part of the triangle disabled parking for the church and residents parking, with loading bays provided on the main streets of Nicolson Street and Chapel Street for the 2 properties which are, commercial use that use them. Thanks, that's all.
Anybody have anything else further to add on that, Council? Does the Council have any further comments?
I have no further comments, thanks.
Mr. Cuthill? No? And Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, you had no comments on that issue at all, did you? Right, okay. Right, thank you for those comments, Mr. Duffy and Ms. Werber. Those are all duly noted. Can we move on to item 5, please, which is the proposed road alignment through the scheme. This really concerns 2 elements. I think Mr. and Mrs. McDowell have raised this, and others as well. This is the left turn from Chapel Street into West Crosscauseway, and then I think the issue about the next bend in the road, travelling west to east across West Crosscauseway, encroaching into the cycle lane, the contraflow cycle lane, and the issue at the turn from Chapel Street into West Crosscauseway was, could this be carried out safely by HGV vehicles without encroaching into pedestrian areas or cycle lanes? So can I just open this one up to the Council first, just in terms of, I know I'm conscious the Council's produced some drawings as part of their hearing statement which show vehicle tracking. Can the Council talk us through this road alignment and obviously how this can accommodate vehicles of a certain size? Thank you. Can I go to Mr. Cuthill first? Or?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, obviously there is a figure at the end of the hearing statement that gives the sort of vehicle tracking options, and I think just before I passed to Jan, who obviously did or had the tracking information done, obviously the main road layout broadly follows the existing road layout. Obviously there is changes as part of the RSO in terms of redetermining some of the areas to help with the alignment, and obviously the principle of vehicle movement is that there is through access, so we're not looking at closing, say, one end or the other, for example, and then having sort of difficult manoeuvres to undertake on West Crosscauseway.
Yeah.
And obviously we also, by the realignment or the minor sort of elements of realignment, is obviously also trying to create sort of defensible and usable space on the south side of West Crosscauseway as well, to pick up some of the issues that Ms. Wober mentioned earlier on about that just having a bit more sort of defensible space from the buildings out onto the street.
Can you just identify those then for the purposes of the hearing? These are in the redetermination drawing.
Yeah, so on the redetermination drawing, that would be area 11 and predominantly.
Yeah.
And then obviously I'll pass over to Jan in terms of the detailing on the tracking and vehicle turning.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pope.
Okay, thank you. Again, I would say the kind of principles of the design follow Sustrans' experience and guidance in terms of obviously their work in designing streets to deter traffic use, particularly we were talking about HGVs. So again, the kind of the use of tight access points in and out of the street is a design advice that Sustrans advocate in terms of deterring use and altering driver behaviours. The kind of sharp bends that we're talking about on the corner as I think it's by number 16, so it's the sharp turn that then moves towards the straight and the exit if we're talking about eastbound traffic. Again, that is something that kind of really kind of tight road geometry is again recommended, and I would say kind of design advice and guidance from looking at guidance such as designing streets that again advocates it's there to deter and slow down traffic speed. So it's all about what we have been doing in this design is making reference to design guidance that it is about changing mindsets in terms of how we design roads and streets for vehicle access in the future. So it's based upon kind of research and examples. This is a type of project that I know is being implemented in Greenock at the moment, for instance. So it's basically making reference to design guidance and advocating a street that does have a very different feel to that which it does at the moment, to bring all the benefits that we've been talking about, which is enhancing it enhancing the space certainly for pedestrians. We've talked about the issues of vehicle overrun onto the contraflow cycle lane previously, so I'll not go over that again. But I mean, I think I would just probably close on the basis that it's not something that we have in a design sense. It's not something that we've made up specifically for this project. It is we are making reference to a wide range of kind of local and national design policies.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. McDowell, I'm conscious that you have raised this in your objections. Would you like to comment on what Ms. Pope has just said?
Well, it's a shame that Sustrans are not here to give us more background on some of the design decisions which seems to stem from Sustrans.
and to understand. What I notice is that the diagrams at the back of the council's submission shows that this refuse truck is not going to be able to turn in from Chapel Street, turn left into West Crosscauseway without driving over the pavement.
Can I just interrupt you there? So can I just go back to, I don't know who would be best to speak to this drawing then, Ms. Pope or Mr. Cuthill, but just on that point, I mean, how much does the vehicle that's shown on this drawing, this HGV, how much does this encroach onto that space? Is that fairly substantial, or is it just sort of literally clipping the corner, which doesn't sound ideal, I know, but can you just maybe expand on or just clarify this drawing for me, please?
Well, I'm looking at, if we look at the top drawing, and I'm looking at the turn that I think is being described. So it's the vehicle travelling south on Chapel Street and then turning left, and in that area there, that junction has already been designed adopting the continuous footway principle. So as the vehicle leaves the carriageway on Chapel Street, it will be then travelling over a section of surface that will be paved, and the materials will be signalling I'm a footway. And that's we talked about that earlier, again, as being a device that is promoted in new street design to change vehicle driver behavior. So at the point of making that turn, the driver is signaled that he has to stop and ensure that, because he doesn't have right of way, he has to stop and ensure that before he makes that turn, he's checked all the areas around the vehicle before he proceeds to move around that corner. And really what we're looking at here in terms of the swept path of the vehicle, the fact that the swept path doesn't align directly with perhaps the corner of the junction there, really it's the same surface that the vehicle is moving over. So a vehicle will always be driving over a section of footway when it moves from Chapel Street onto West Crosscauseway, and it will do that both at the end, at its entrance, and it will also do it at its exit. And making that a difficult manoeuvre is all part of this traffic calming and reductions to traffic speeds that that we're aiming to achieve.
And so, I'll come back to Mr. and Mrs. Duffy after this point, but I presume that's the same principle then for as you travel further along West Crosscauseway and into that bend.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, basically at all points on this on the journey through this street, for any large vehicle, we are telling the vehicle you have to drive at minimum speed and with maximum care. And that premise and that thinking is kind of fundamental, as opposed to an awful lot of what we've been talking about today. It's basically saying that what we're trying to do is embrace the change in street design that's happening obviously throughout the country, that is saying now is the time to start changing driver behavior, and therefore street design is undergoing a change, and this project, I think, adapts that change.
I see Mrs. McDowell wants to come in, and then I'll come to Mr. Duffy and Miss Wober after that if I can. So Miss McDowell.
From what I've just heard, I would avoid this street and this area from all. If this is what happens, I will not go anywhere near it. Not only would I not take a dog near it, I wouldn't take my grandchild anywhere near it. I would cross over to the other side of the roads in order to completely and utterly avoid going anywhere near what you're talking about. It's horribly scary. And I know that, yeah, anybody with any disability will actually just avoid the whole area. You are also, yeah, by not even making clear where the cyclists are going to go within the triangle, the whole thing is a nightmare.
Well, if I could maybe come back, I think
Would you like to comment on that? Yeah, would you like to go back on that, please?
sorry. I'd hoped that with maybe, well, if we come back to the principles of all of this design approach, and obviously different people have different views on it, but as a professional, I work within the guidance and the national guidance that has been established. The change is about saying, and it's about saying that we need to change driver behavior, because that's the only way we think we can make pedestrians and cyclists safer. Because if we keep designing streets the way they are, the car is king, cyclists get conflicted between, cyclists and cars are in conflict, and pedestrians are pushed to the very edges of the space. And this project and this scheme is trying to take a step forward in changing that. It adapts new thinking, and what it's trying to do is make a safer space. It's all about making this space safer for the people that you're describing, because the conflict, I suppose in some senses, the conflict is understood to be the fact that cars travel too quickly and they don't give or pay enough attention to pedestrians, and the principles of the design guidance that we're adopting seeks to change that fundamental thinking.
Mrs. McDonald, sorry, Mrs. McDowell, do you want to come back on that point?
So we are the guinea pigs that get having to put up with this. You're supposed to design safety in at this point, not to design in danger, so that you hope that the person who is most protected within a metal container will sort of somehow think, oh dear, I ought to be a bit careful. They're the safe ones. We're the vulnerable ones. Sorry, that's my perception. It's not good enough to say, oh, you make it dangerous, so therefore people will behave differently. No, do the opposite.
I'm going to go, excuse me, I'll go back to Ms. Pope and then to Ms. Wober. Ms. Pope, if you want to come back on that comment.
Sorry, I've slightly lost my train of thought there. Sorry, I'll come back when I've lost my point. I'll come back when I've recalled it.
Ms. Wober, did you want to make a comment?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Fleming. So I understand Jan Pope's point in principle, and I understand it on paper, although it's not very clear in the drawings. But it is completely obvious that this is not the place to be testing out this theory, because we have a hierarchy of road use. You know, I know that Chapel Street is something like a red route, as in there are buses, there's traffic expected, vehicle traffic is expected along there. And then there's a hierarchy of use, which then goes down in likely vehicle flow to then the small little tributaries where no vehicle flow is. But this, you have an extreme situation of somebody who's used to going pretty much as fast as they like until they're cautioned and stopped, which is never, on the red road, making a very easy, just swerving left into what is drawn as pedestrian space. And I hear how Isabel Leckie describes that we want to have better places for people. I totally agree with that. It's an extremely vague aspiration. So in order to have a better place, you have to then identify what is it about this place that is not good? What are list out the items which are not working? Those are problems to be solved. And then the design solves those problems. I know how to do that because I've been trained to do that. So this is applying a theory that's just wafted along and then being plonked down. And as far as I can see, the only place where that is even expressed in the drawings is on page 5, where there's a visualization bird's eye view from like the Appleton Tower or something, where you can see a car making that turn over, as we've just heard from Jan Pope, an area which has been surfaced for pedestrians. So if we want Isabel Leckie's permanent situation of a better place, where children are playing amongst those trees and hanging out, they are literally the collateral. When I said collateral before about cyclists, what I mean is collateral damage. They're being sacrificed to the idea. And there is no signage to tell a vehicle driver of a lorry or a car or a white van that they can't turn left. They absolutely can turn left, and they will turn left. And it's completely obvious that that is the risk point for loss of life or damage or accident. And the same at the East End. Actually, what Jan Pope has just said, if we go back to page 4, that, you know, the Sustrans policy is making it a tight turning, so it's hard to turn in from a big street. Yeah, I know it is a tight turning. Look at number 12. What you're doing is that it's taking that from pedestrian space and putting it back as vehicle or cyclist space. So you're removing the tight turning that there has been following Sustrans principles. So it doesn't work at the East End either. Also doesn't work, as I've said, for pedestrians crossing Nicolson Street. When the lights are green, the ones crossing at the designated space at St. Patrick Street are crossing. But because we have the setback white line that Hillary's described very well, pedestrians are also going to cross from the Green Mantle pub to Starbucks. And yet a car can just turn left across them. They wouldn't expect that, and there's no red light telling that car to stop. So the worst pinch point is this one that we're talking about at the west end of West Crosscauseway. But everywhere you look, there are risks that have been invited by the scheme, and this is not the place to carry out the extremely well-meaning behaviour change, which I totally believe in. I'm part of that behaviour change. This is not the place to put it.
Ms. Pope, did you want to come back at all on any of those comments?
Yeah, thank you. I suppose my main point is obviously the concern that we're kind of implementing ideas here that aren't either tried or tested, and in some senses we have placed our faith in the considerable experience and trials and testing that Sustrans have put in place for the recommendations they have made, and that's basic. And these types of junctions are being implemented, and I think, Alan, you might be able to point to numbers of them that are actually already within our streets and the urban environment of Edinburgh. I mean, I the other day was at the St James Quarter and saw quite a few streets there that I think look not dissimilar to probably the way the Causey will, or the way we're talking about the Causey in the future. So this isn't, I mean, we're changing things. We in this proposal are changing the thinking behind the way that the street has been designed to date, which Isabel, you alluded to earlier. But this isn't the first time it has been done. We are bringing, it's a new idea to this street, but these types of designs and proposals are now being developed and implemented throughout Scotland and the UK. And all of the design guidance that we're referring to has been tried and tested as part of that rollout.
Yes, Jan, just to follow on from what you said. Sorry, Chair, for jumping in.
Sorry, go to Mr. Dunlop, and then we'll go to Ms. McDowell. Ms. McDowell, I'm conscious, Mr. Duffy, if you need to come in as well, so I'll come back to you later on. Can we just go to Mr. Dunlop first, please?
Yeah, just a brief one, really, a brief statement that Edinburgh has its own street design guidance, which took a considerable period of time to put together and has had sign off from executive director and committee level. So we work to all the design principles which are set out in that guidance, and they all, as Jan has touched on, they form the framework for all junction designs, all crossings, all of these public and civic spaces. And this is exactly what the aim is to achieve. It's to is to change behaviours. It has to change behaviours of not just motorists, but cyclists and pedestrians as well. Everybody shares these public spaces. Everybody has a responsibility to just be aware of others and how they interact with each other. So yeah, as Jan has said, it is absolutely new for this particular location, but it doesn't stray from the design guidance that has been produced by the council, and it's essentially the council's design guidance for all future design of this type.
Just before I go to Miss McDowell, can you just give me, have you got some, I mean, the quarter was mentioned earlier, and have you got some examples where this has been implemented across the city or further afield?
It's difficult to just come up with them off the top of my head. Apologies for that. But we have any new junction design which is done now, certainly in conjunction with our active travel colleagues and Sustrans, are looking at exactly these kind of things. It's forming junctions whereby if vehicles or if drivers have to slow down on approach, and even if they have to wait for one vehicle to clear on a two-way example, if they have to wait for a vehicle to clear the junction area, then that's the way it is. You know, if it's, I accept this may bring with it delays on main arterial routes, but again, if that's the instrument required to absolutely force behaviour on drivers on entry and exit to these places, now I think that's what I'm trying not to lose sight of here, is this, we're seeing this as a place rather than just a road through through a residential and potentially public space. So it's trying to find that balance, and it's trying to design it to within parameters that we're all clear on, and the design guidance does exactly that. It is available for all to see, and it quite clearly breaks down at each section on what the junction designs are going to look like. So it hasn't been arrived at without due consideration being given to it.
Okay, thank you. Miss McDowell?
My feeling is that your principles would be fine in a housing development where everybody is going slowly, but this is not appropriate place to be teaching new driving techniques when you've got two major roads and you've got this little tiny short, what's used now as a rat run. This isn't the place to be teaching drivers and expecting drivers to behave differently. Their thinking on the main road is in one particular type, and then suddenly expect them to switch over to as if they're in a tiny residential. They don't think like that. They haven't got time to think like that. They're thinking about how to actually get round this wretched corner. And then you're saying, oh, but then they ought to be thinking about everybody else. It's not realistic. And we really, you say Sustrans says this, Sustrans says that. There is no evidence produced for us to read, to see where this might be coming from. All the guidance that you've read says quite different things, doesn't it? Well, road widths and safety and everything else. You're supposed to design safety in, not expect drivers to suddenly rethink just as they make a turn. Sorry.
No, that's fine. Ms. Pope, and then I'll go to Mr. Duffy.
Thank you. I mean, I think within the document that we submitted, we've put as much as we can in the way of the design guidance that we have referred to in the development of this project. And I think it's probably fair to say, I mean, there's a huge amount of information there, but I think it's fair to say within all of that, and in the kind of like direct kind of involvement that both the council and Sustrans, Edinburgh World Heritage Trust have had within the project. I mean, every project then is kind of addressed on its own merits. So the application of the guidance from all of these documents has then been very carefully, I would say, reviewed and then applied to this project. I mean, all I can say in terms of concerns that we are maybe cutting corners with whips or design guidance, I would say it's all been thoroughly, I mean, we've spent a considerable number of years designing the project, and it has all been very rigorously checked and vetted with all of those organisations. So I believe we've put forward a proposal that does work within the expectations of road design and street design for looking at today and for the future.
Okay. Can I just check, Ms. Webber, before I come to you, Mr. Duffy, did you have any comments on these points? Mr. Duffy?
Thanks. I suppose I was going to say two things. If I look at the appendix, on the vehicle tracking, I think the top drawing, really for me, with the vehicle tracking, shows the flaws in the TRO in terms of the sort of cycle safety that we're talking about, because if you look on the left-hand side, you have the vehicle crossing the cycle potentially coming down the street, and then if you look on the right-hand side, the issue was discussed before, where a cyclist is going straight on and being clipped, potentially, because that is these two left turns are the ones that I think result in the most fatalities of cyclists. The other thing to note here is this vehicle tracking drawing. If I look at the middle top of the sheet and the bottom left, is actually showing a bin lorry, and is not showing the tracking of an articulated vehicle. And this is why I think it's important that large vehicles should not be allowed to be in the street, could have been designed out. And this just takes me on to this point that, like today in the discussion, basically, when questions are asked, the council defers to the consultants defers to Sustrans, and then we're told in the document that, of course, this guidance is not legislative. So there is, there's a sort of hierarchical issue here, and I don't doubt the effort that's gone into this, but actually, if the premise is a bit flawed, i.e., say, for example, the direction of the route and the allowing large vehicles into it, then you're obviously going to get into trouble pretty swiftly, no matter how well you try and design your way out of it. I mean, in terms of examples of, even more money spent, I'm talking many millions, you only need to look at something that presumably has been done to great guidance, which is the Piccadilly Gyratory. And as a cyclist cycling down there, it is one of the most intimidating, dangerous interventions I've ever seen in this city, and it's not comfortable cycling around there. So yeah, I think I do feel I appreciate the effort, and I'm not saying it's easy, but if you don't have the premise correct in the beginning, you're going to be found wanting.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. Ms. Werber?
Thank you. I think Gordon has just highlighted what I mentioned, which is that the council defer to Ironside Fire Art, they defer to Sustrans. So then that means that basically in the case of an accident, in the case of a lawsuit, it will just mean that it's not Ironside Fire Art who's being sued, it's Sustrans, and then their funding comes from the government, so it'll be very difficult partly. So basically it's passing the buck on a design that what we're doing is we're showing you how to read drawings. What I've heard from Jan Pope and from Isabel Leckie is words and aspirations. They're fine, I like them, that's nice. Those words are good, I agree with them. But these have then translated into lines on paper The lines on paper mean something for the whole city and everybody that uses it. So we all know how to read, you know, we're literate. But I just don't know if the people who are authorizing this are design literate, are literate to read drawings, because every time we come to a drawing, there's some confusion or people don't understand what's this, or part of it isn't shown, like the dedicated, segregated contraflow cycle thing isn't even on the drawings. And so we're discovering things about the design during this meeting that shouldn't be happening. I'm told by Alan Dunlop that we want to avoid bollards at all cost. Yet we have a line of bollards down Chapel Street. It's extremely ugly. It's a waste of space. It happens on George Forth Bridge as well. It's expensive. It takes pedestrian space away from people. Yet the place where we need bollards, and the thing we're actually talking right now about is proposed road alignment. If I go to the drawing on page 4, it's on the south side of on the north side of West Crosscauseway. It starts out as quite a narrow road, and then there's a kink in the road which narrows it much further, where we see number 17. And this is a localized situation we're talking about. We're having a huge hearing all about, that's taking my entire day of employment and whilst looking after children as well, which is talking about a specific location, not about theory and not about some guidance, which in principle has to be carried out to local situations. We're really getting in the nuts and bolts of the local situation. And when people are fly parking and unloading here, and what this TRO says is omit all residents parking and allow loading at any time. So the residents are paying for everybody else to load at any time. So what we're seeing is the people who are going to be loading, they drive up on the pavement, stop their cars on the south side of the pavement in order, at the point where the road narrows, right in front of the Chinese shop, it has been a wide road, it becomes a narrow road, it becomes a much narrower road. So the vehicles drive up on the pavement so other vehicles can pass them. Exactly the same thing will be happening, but, and this doesn't stop it at all. So what we have is, this is a TRO which creates more risks for the vulnerable people. That's the pedestrians, the cyclists, the people wanting to use active travel. We haven't talked about bus stops because it doesn't concern the TRO, but I think they're gone. So it doesn't help pedestrians, cyclists, people who use active travel. And there's nothing which is materially preventing cars from using the street in exactly the same way as they ever did. So there's no net gain for active travel, and the words that Sustrans have promised, and I've heard aspirations about better places, I see nothing.
Right, thank you for that, Ms. Wober. Does anybody else have anything further to add on this particular item? No. Does the council want to come back on anything Ms. Wober has just mentioned? No.
No, thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, that takes us through the agenda and all the items that I had identified that I felt I needed clarification on, and also touching on the various objections that have been submitted. So I'm happy that we've been able to get through all of those items. Item 6 was really open. It was just any other business before I close the hearing. I don't know if there's anything anybody else wants to raise before I do that. Mr. McDowell?
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile looking at the alternative provision. For instance, as far as cyclists are concerned, National Cycle Route 1 has been upgraded since the Causey Development Trust was started in was 2007. But since then, there's been considerable improvement, particularly through Gifford Park, where there's now a very pleasant cycleway taking cyclists through from the A7 corridor onto Buccleuch Street and onto the meadows. And it's only a couple of 100 meters up the road from West Crosscauseway. So it's really a much better route for cyclists to use Gifford Park rather than try and struggle through dangerous contraflow on West Crosscauseway, in my opinion.
On that point, I know that you made that comment in your objections, but is there anything that the council would like to say in respect of that, in terms of alternative routes for cycle provision or that are up and running at the moment?
I think that's a valid point to identify more a popular, let's say, cycle routes from east to west. That doesn't in itself preclude the basic presumption of allowing cycle access both east and west on West Crosscauseway. You know, it may well be more localized use, but it doesn't in itself preclude using it or as an alternative to the more popular routes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mrs. McDowell?
Just wondered, have you visited the area? Have you looked for yourself?
I have actually. I have. So I've made several site inspections, and I would possibly do one further one. But I mean, I have visited the area several times. So I'm with all of the drawings. So I'm well aware of the issues, and I had read all the objections, the original objections, and then the follow-on objections, which were submitted as part of the hearing. So I am fully aware of the issues that have been raised by parties, and I have had those in mind when I've been undertaking my second site inspection.
It's under COVID, so many people haven't been able to do so much.
I appreciate that. Yes, no, I was able to do the site inspections without any trouble.
Good. Okay. So you will be aware of Gifford Park then yourself?
Yes, I've seen that in your objections as well, actually. So thank you. Thank you.
Well, when you visit again, have a look. We were responsible for the murals there.
All right. Okay. I'll bear that in mind. Thank you very much.
Enjoy them.
Well, I'd like to, first of all, I'd like to sort of. Oh, sorry, Mr. Duffy. Do you have a further comment?
Yeah. Well, it's not so much a further comment. It's more, I think, for you, because you're the question in the beginning in the you know, it's like, you know, there's a sort of a task you've got to do here.
Yep.
And that is kind of predicated on you being happy with, you know, why are we doing what's proposed, and, you know, and have you been told why the proposals are necessary? And, you know, that's obviously you have to be satisfied that the logic is you know, is followed through, and it is and you consider it to be necessary.
Yep, that's duly noted. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. As I say, we've gone through all the various items. I'm happy with what we've covered today. I think that's been really helpful. So I'd like to thank everybody for their time. I know, you know, people have work commitments, etc. So thank you very much for taking the time out and taking part in this, and also for the various submissions that parties have made as well. There's been some really interesting and useful responses today, so I'm very grateful for those. If there is nothing else that anybody else wants to add, I'd like to close the meeting. Sorry, Mr. Cuffle, you want to make a point?
I suppose just in terms of wrapping up and echoing your comments in terms of thanking everyone for their participation today, but I thought maybe a couple of maybe final remarks is returning, I suppose, firstly to the purpose of the overall project, which the Causeway Development Trust set out, which was to develop a design proposal to make West Crosscauseway and the surrounding area a safer, more welcoming and attractive pedestrian and cycle-friendly place, better meeting the needs of residents, businesses and the local community. And although obviously the purpose of today is to go through the objections from the several objectors, I think also we shouldn't lose sight of, you know, over 45 responses in support of the project as well, that obviously don't get an opportunity to express that in any arena. So I just like to add on that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Cuthell. I'm conscious though that the purpose of today's hearing, it being a TRO and a redetermination order, was to really let the objectors air their views. So I think that was the main vehicle for today. So I'm satisfied that I've heard sufficient and I've heard what I need to hear in order to sort of progress my reports. So I'd like to just close the meeting, but by thanking everybody for their time and for their responses. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.